In this video, I'm traveling the world to find the best street food on the planet, ranging from chili crab in Singapore to durian in Malaysia and so much more. But we're starting here in Iceland at the most famous hot dog stand on the planet. This is Bæjarins Betsu Pilser. It translates to the best hot dog in town, and they only serve one item, their famous lamb hot dog. They may look simple, but people come from all over the world to try these, and there's always a line. Can I please do one with everything? She's putting some fried onions, then some raw onions, then a little bit of ketchup, then they put the hot dog in, and you finish it off with some sweet mustard and this remoulade sauce. Thank you so much. I want to find someone from Iceland to eat one of these dogs with me. Excuse me.
Hello.
Are you from Iceland?
Yeah.
Any chance you like these hot dogs?
Yes, definitely.
Would you eat one with me?
Yeah. Here we say skál before we eat. This is like cheers, skál.
Skål. This is amazing.
Fantastic.
The hot dog has the perfect snap when you bite into it. I'm freezing. I can't feel any of my fingers. This just warms you up inside out. I actually would eat 5 or 6 or 7 more of these right now.
This is comfort food.
I can see now why that's the most famous hot dog stand anywhere in the world. This hot dog makes me want to do this dance. Our next street food stop is Singapore, and here the street food stands are called hawker stalls. The first spot we'll visit is called Hawker Chan. It's the first street food stand to ever win a Michelin star, and it's also the cheapest Michelin starred meal on the planet. This is the dish that won them their star. It's amazing to me how much they're doing in such a small space. There's so much going on in here, it's so hot, but they are cranking out some of the best food anywhere in the world. There are only 3 people back here. It looks like the guy in the back is doing some of the prep. This gentleman up here is chopping up all the chicken, and then she's bagging everything up there and putting on the finishing touches. And I believe she also runs the customers in the line, which wraps all the way around the corner and never seems to stop. It's only 10:42 in the morning. People are eating chicken and rice. We met a subscriber named Lucas, who's from Singapore. Did we come to the right spot?
Of course.
What's so good about chicken rice here?
Here's where the first chicken rice from Singapore came from.
And it's so simple, right? It's literally just really well seasoned chicken and rice. I think he's making our dish right now. Thank you so much. It's also classic to get some of these vinegar green chilies, some of this spicy sauce, and then some of this black soy sauce. I know this is going to be packed with all kinds of flavor. In front of us, we've got 3 dishes. Their signature soy sauce chicken with egg noodles, the soy sauce chicken with rice, and finally the meat platter, which has 3 different types of pork on it. They don't overcomplicate things, they just keep it simple, and they do it very well. I'm gonna start with the chicken and noodles. Here we go. They're sort of al dente, which is really cool. I thought they were gonna be all soft and mushy, but they have a very nice bite to them. The big moment of truth here though, the chicken. The skin almost has that kind of Peking duck look, and I just wanna show you it from the side, how juicy it is. We dip some of that in that extra soy. It's just stunning. That is a special, special bite. The chicken is fatty, it's so juicy and tender. The flavor on the skin, unbelievable. I can taste why they got their Michelin star, that's for sure. With my rice, I'm gonna pour on some of that spicy sauce. And yes, I am getting better with spice. Am I amazing with it? Not yet. But at least I'm trying. Spicier than I thought it would be. The pork is the same. That guy was the tiniest chef that I've ever met, but the flavors are the exact opposite. They are massive. Nothing better than a cold drink on a hot day. Just listen. Oh, I want to try one thing. We just came out with a brand new line of seasonings for Osmo. I'm holding the Golden Gourmet. It's perfect for chicken. And I truly believe that with our new line of seasonings, which is now, by the way, in Walmart, that everything tastes better with Osmo. So let's see. Does the world's cheapest Michelin star meal actually taste better with Osmo? This is exceptional. This is really good. Mwah! That's me. I'm right there thanks to all of you guys watching. I'm creating the best seasonings that I can possibly create, and this stuff is fantastic. We have blends of Osmo that work with vegetables, chicken, steak, seafood, anything you could ever want. So do yourself a favor and go to your local Walmart or our website and get yourself some Osmo before it's all sold out. It is delicious. Our second restaurant is called Kang Ang Ki. Here, they serve one of Singapore's most iconic dishes, chili crab. I've wanted to try chili crab for as long as I can remember, so I can't wait. This is Paul. He's from the family that owns the restaurant. Can we go to the kitchen and see how chili crab is made?
Yes.
This is gonna be fun.
All right, that's the mud crab.
Wow, look at that thing. This is what the Singaporean chili crab is made from. 4 of my fingers fit over one of his claws. Every crab is getting chopped into 6 parts here, and he's got a lot more crabs to go right over there. This is insane. Look at the flame under the wok. Wow. It sounds and looks just like a jet engine. First, he's poaching it in water, so he's cooked it just a little bit, and then he's putting some oil into his wok, tomato paste and chili. In we go with the crab. Quick wok toss, a little bit of water. One of the keys to the cooking here is how powerful and big their flames are. You could not do something like this at home. The finishing touch in chili crab, they grab some egg and then they pour it in there, and it makes this kind of last minute streaky egg mixture. And then all that's left to do is plate it. He's gonna pour on all that beautiful sauce.
That's the chili crab.
Wow, look at that. We're gonna watch him make the black pepper crab now. Is there garlic in there?
Garlic, onions, and now it's really tossing, get all the flavors of the black pepper out.
So this black pepper crab is a little bit more spicy, correct?
Yes, it's spicier than the chili.
He added some butter, some seasoning. Look at that wok toss. Come on.
A little bit of more black pepper.
And this is a thick black pepper sauce that they make. That's what's gonna have a lot of spice to it too. The glaze is lighter, but it just packs more of a punch on the spice. Almost burns my eyes a little bit.
So what you're gonna have here is Singapore cuisine. Street food style, black pepper crab, chili crab. Normally in Singapore, chili crab, it goes with fried buns.
This looks like 6-pack abs. Let's taste the sauce first. The egg gives it a really soft and silky texture. The actual sauce is almost like a slightly more spicy sweet and sour sauce without the gooiness and stickiness.
Spot on. That's how the flavor is. Sweetness, sourness, you can taste some garlic in it.
It's got the perfect balance of everything. It's not too spicy, and I can tell it's not gonna overpower the crab.
Now you take a big chunk of egg, sauce, everything.
We're building layers of flavor now.
Yeah.
We're starting to have some fun with it.
The most chunky piece is definitely the claw. You're my guest.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Look at this claw. It's very heavy. Juice everywhere. Look how flaky the meat is. It's so interesting because it has that normal sweet crab flavor, but the texture is unlike any crab I've ever had. It splits apart like this in your mouth, which I would not have expected. Look at that.
Oh. Everything together, it makes sense, right? The sweetness, the sourness.
You get everything. Yes. Look at my hand. Let's take one quick bite of the black pepper crab. You've made me a little nervous now because of how spicy it is. This time, you have the nice claw.
No, you're the guest.
No, please, I insist. It's not as spicy as I thought it was gonna be.
That's sweetness, right?
It's a smooth spice. You have the flavor change throughout the whole time you're eating it. I think I like it better than the chili crab. We are now in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm here with my friend Mark.
Hi.
And we're at the legendary J Phi. If you didn't already know, J Phi is one of the most famous street food chefs on the planet. She's 80 years old. She cooks with ski goggles, and she's got the only Michelin-starred street stall in all of Thailand.
J actually means auntie, and then Phi, if you look closely, you can see she has a mole. So it actually translates directly to auntie mole.
What is going on here?
She gets a lot of people coming, and a lot of people get really close to the fire and want to take photos. She actually had to make this whole barricade so people don't get too close. She truly is a hero of Thai street food, and she cooks everything over charcoal. And when she lights that charcoal, she actually has this blower, like a leaf blower. So it blows air and just fans that flame, and then sparks come out, and that's why she wears the goggles.
The iconic dish here is the crab omelet. Let's order.
This is gonna be our omelet.
Oh.
Here it goes in.
Look at that.
And she's a master of controlling the fire, because if the flame was too hot, it would burn, but if it's not hot enough, it would just absorb that oil. Now she's gonna form it into a roll and then seal it with more egg. In that entire omelet, there's only 2 eggs.
What?
It's overwhelmed by the amount of crab that she uses.
I've gotten to work in multiple professional kitchens. This might be the hottest I've ever been. I can't believe she's 80 years old. Look at what she's doing. I know a bunch of 18-year-olds who can't even handle this kind of thing.
Like fireworks.
I got too excited and we ordered multiple foods here. So this is tom yum soup now.
Look at that, she just throws in ingredients. She just knows everything by heart.
Little lime juice in there, just some fresh basil on the top to finish it off, and it's done. I could sit here all day and watch this.
Drunken noodles, here it is.
Look at the size of those shrimp.
These noodles are really hard to cook because if you don't have the right heat on them, they'll stick together.
This is another dish we ordered, shrimp fried with coconut shoots. We just aren't stopping. We're getting everything. She's done, that was it?
That's done.
She's so fast, she's just cranking them out. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Are you ready for the cross section? So one of the best ways to eat it is burrito style.
Wow.
The sweetness of the crab and the crispiness of the egg, it's like the egg is just holding the crab together.
It's almost like a fried dough.
This is actually a sweet sauce. It kind of balances the savoriness of it. Got harmony of flavor with that
This is
sauce.
seriously crazy good. From that bite, I understand why people line up here at 5 a.m.
This is a work of art.
I'm dying to try this one.
Coconut shoots stir-fried with shrimp and with fresh chilies.
Cool. Doesn't taste at all like coconut. So unique. The glaze on there that she made, I want to show one of these shrimp. That's not a shrimp, that's a lobster. J Phi, I love you. We can't do it without a noodle.
Look at that wok hei on there, the char.
Oh man. Tastes sort of like a luxury noodle. It's a level above most street food that I've ever experienced.
She's breaking the stereotypes of what most people think street food is. Let's chase it down with the tom yum.
Oh,
That is fantastic.
oh, it's got a kick to it a little bit though. I need a big breath of eucalyptus and lemongrass to wake me up. Oh, that's good.
You are truly initiated into Thailand.
I'm in Vietnam now. You gotta be careful crossing the street or you'll get hit. like I almost just did, and we're gonna eat some street food. This restaurant is called Gumya Soima Susu, and they have something called waterfall chicken. It's something that you'll probably never see anywhere else in your entire life. This is the machine that they cook the waterfall chicken in. Once he turns it on, hot oil is gonna fall from above. I just put in my order, so he's gonna start with some pre-cooked chicken. Now he's gonna turn on the hot oil. Immediately you get this super sharp sound, this popping, cracking, sizzling, and the chicken starts to cook. This is the same temperature oil that you would have in a deep fryer, but it's just falling from the sky instead. If you close your eyes, it almost sounds like really, really heavy rainfall. This is such an interesting cooking method. The oil waterfall method is rarely seen outside Vietnam. It's so hot standing right next to it, and he stands here cooking this chicken all day. We even had to temporarily put our camera in the fridge to cool it down. Please excuse my sweat. Back to the chicken, he's gonna get both sides, and the color on that chicken changes right before your eyes. And it looks like now our chicken is nice and golden brown, so he'll pull it up to the top where I think it's gonna leak off some of that oil. And while the chicken rests, we can jump over to this machine here. The chicken that we just saw also comes with a stir-fried rice, and this is the machine that they use to make that stir-fried rice. First, they scoop up some pre-made rice. Now he's putting down some oil, greasing up the whole bottom of the pan. Boom, and then he adds in the rice. Part of this is kind of for show. The rice is already cooked. The other part of it is to get it nice and hot with a little bit of added texture. To finish it off, they add down some hot rice fresh off the pan, a little bit of cucumber and tomatoes, as well as some Vietnamese coriander. And once that chicken's on there, it goes straight out to the customer. It's such a simple plate, but I am rarely this excited to try some food. This is like a school cafeteria back here. The chicken looks crazy juicy. The flavor is so deep. They've clearly been marinating this for a long time. I just can't get over how they cook this. I can't believe that they cooked this the way that they did. This is definitely the most unique chicken experience I'll probably ever have. Our second street food stop is a place called Hai Lo, and it makes something called Soy Jing Phao. It's this really cool puffed up glutinous rice ball that is very difficult to make. This is the chef, he just came. We were the first customers in line today, so we get to see him get all dressed and ready to go. It looks like it starts out with this jiggly, doughy looking rice. There's his frying oil. Whoa, he's literally just throwing it in there. How on earth is this gonna turn into a perfectly circular ball? He just said that this takes 10 minutes to prepare. 10 minutes of just carefully watching and working this dough. All of this mush that we're looking at right now is supposed to turn into one perfectly circular, golden brown, crispy rice ball. I don't believe this. It's starting to look fluffier now, almost sort of like the top of a pancake when you're cooking it on the stove. Oh, here we go. It's happening quickly now. It's puffing up, but he has to keep it even. Remember, he wants it to be a perfect circle. This is something I don't fully understand the technique on. Now it's looking like a pita. Oh my God, this is so cool. This is so nuts. The last step here is for him to get it nice and golden brown, and then off to the side to let some of that oil drain off. And this is it, a beautiful puffed glutinous rice ball. That was amazing. How incredible is that? And the fact that it holds its shape is just unbelievable to me. Listen to the sound. So to prepare the ball, they actually come to your table and she's gonna push it all down. And then it looks like she's just gonna cut it up into a bunch of different pieces so that it's bite-sized. It's suddenly sort of looking like I ordered a plate of nachos. It's served with some sweet chili sauce, and then you just dip. I love the texture. Kind of like mochi. When you bite, there's a beautiful, perfect crunch and crisp on the outside. And then, if you look on the inside, that's where it's chewy. It's almost sort of like Brazilian cheese bread on the inside. Visually, this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen made, and the texture is what makes it so incredibly special. We've moved on to Turkey, where I'm here with my friend Ruhi to try doner. The name of this restaurant is Karadeniz Doner, and it's one of the most famous places to get doner in all of Turkey. What does doner mean in Turkish?
It means revolving.
What we're looking at here is this giant vertical rotisserie with stacks of meat and then little pockets of lamb fat, and it's just streaming with juice.
It's a very fat meat. It's the most beloved and most famous street food in Turkey.
Fun fact I looked up about this place, there's 100 kilograms of meat on there in the morning. 220 pounds of meat sitting on that spit.
And by 4 p.m., the meat is completely finished. This is the most famous way to go. It's called tombik, which means fatty.
First, he's putting some fresh tomatoes on there, pepper, some cucumber. Now they're adding the meat on. We ordered 100 grams of meat, and then we take it. Let's talk about the sandwich really fast.
As you see, there are a lot of stuff inside. Usually, they may add toppings, but here they don't add it because they trust their meat quality.
The first thing I taste is the lamb fat, because the fat coats your whole mouth. I almost get more of a lamb flavor than I get beef. I would love a sauce with this, something creamy, maybe a little bit acidic with it, but honestly, I can understand why you would want the flavor of the beef to speak for itself.
Is it worth the hype?
I mean, we both keep eating it, so it must be pretty good, right? You also grab this drink that's traditional to eat with doner. It's like a yogurt water. You know what's funny is the drink is kind of the description that I just said in a sauce. It smells like yogurt. That's really nice. We're gonna save a little bit of space and go try one more Turkish street food. Our second street food stop is fish sandwiches, probably the second most famous street food in all of Turkey. What is this place called?
Derya balık ekmek.
As you can see, they're literally cooking these on a floating boat. The chef has invited us onto the boat. It's very rocky. And they're gonna show us how they make these fish sandwiches.
These are mackerel fish. They are deep sea fish and contain a lot of fat.
It smells amazing. He's keeping it so simple, huh? Just one flip, that's it. It actually makes sense that the only ingredient is mackerel because it's already very salty, so you don't need anything more.
Do you want to flip the fish?
Oh, this is exciting. Look at the crust that he's getting on these things. It's actually fun rocking back and forth because it kind of adds another dimension. I actually might stay here. Can you hire me full time? So to build these, it's really simple. He puts on the mackerel, he peels off the spine so there's no bones, and then they top it all off with onions and lettuce, give it a little wrap, and hand it off to the customers on the other side. I'm excited to eat this. The sandwich is beautiful. It's very rustic. The bread is nice and toasty and charred on the bottom, just a little drop of lemon juice. I love this. It's prepared really, really well. And the vibes are awesome.
Do you want to know how many of these they sell a day?
800.
You were right. They sell around 700 or 800.
I'm now in Malaysia where I flew all the way here just to try durian, the king of all fruit in Southeast Asia. And they sell it all across the country at street stands everywhere. You look left, you look right, there's durian. This fruit is illegal in most hotels and public transportation because of the smell, which is sort of like onions and hot garbage. It smells terrible. This is my friend Sam. He's from Malaysia and he knows lots and lots about durian, so he's gonna help us learn all about the fruit. Are these all different types?
Yeah, they are all different. It's like cheese. You have blue cheese, you have mozzarella. So it same goes to durian.
So they all taste kind of different.
They are all very different.
This is called XO.
XO.
It hurts to hold. Look at my hands. Those are all just spikes from holding it for about 10 seconds.
It's not that bad.
So what's a red prawn durian?
The flesh is more red in color.
Musang King is the most famous durian. Even I have heard a lot about the Musang King. This one looks like the most expensive.
A lot of people like this because they taste sweeter.
Oh, it smells so bad. Should we get one of all of them? He's slicing off the stem. It's really satisfying watching him open it. He's making it look really easy, but it's sort of a confusing fruit to learn how to cut.
I've eaten durians all my life. I can't do what he does.
Oh my God, it smells so bad. Why are we putting on gloves?
So the smell doesn't stay on your finger.
What?
Are you excited?
No.
I am. And I'm excited to see that you're not excited.
We're starting with XO, which is the most mild, kind of light in color durian. This is the entry-level durian.
After you.
How do I do it?
Oh, you're smart. Cheers.
That is horrible.
That is so good.
It's disgusting. I don't even want to swallow it. If I hold it in my mouth and really try to think about it, I kind of taste a little bit of a candy-like taste.
Then you start to like it.
Nope. If I eat it with my nose shut, it's not as bad. Interesting. I just got a sort of a burst of jackfruit, like a juicy fruit gum. Okay, I actually just had a good bite of it. I kind of like it.
Right. Finally.
The smelly stinkiness kind of went away, and now it almost tastes like this sort of really soft, milky, creamy, custardy.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even smell it anymore.
Malaysia, we did it. The second one is red prawn. This will taste a little bit sweet
I like this one a lot better, actually.
because this is a sweet one.
Sweet, delicious. I will say, my mouth is itchy just a little bit, so I'm probably slightly allergic.
4 pieces will not kill you, I guess.
Are you a doctor? Number 3 is the blackthorn. This one is the most expensive, but not the strongest in flavor.
Yes.
What an interesting, crazy looking fruit. It's got that thin layer of skin on the outside, and when you peel that back, it's just basically a layer of custard, of frosting. I don't like this one. I'm getting hot garbage again. I think you're going a little bit backward for me.
Be patient.
Wait a second. Fruity, I get fruity now. Can we move on to the king of all durian,
Yeah.
the Musang King? I don't even mind the smell anymore, I guess.
Yeah, that's the way.
This one is so yellow, like the outside of a banana. This one I don't like as much. I don't like the Musang King, but I like durian. I want to go to my next street food stop. I'm now in South Korea with my friend Suho. He's the lead singer of one of the biggest K-pop groups in all of Korea, and together we're gonna be trying the viral Korean corn dog. If you've never seen what those look like, they have a really big cheese pull.
Crispy on the outside, juicy and tender on the inside.
They have a very simple setup. Some prepped hot dogs with the cheese on the end of the hot dog. We've got some dough right here that they dip it in, and then
Sweet potato and regular potato, yeah.
and then breadcrumbs.
Yeah, breadcrumbs.
First step, he's rolling up the hot dog in the dough, coating it in sweet potato,
Into the breadcrumbs.
and then right into the oil for frying. That's fast. Wow, look at that. He's shaking off all the excess oil, and it's finished. What's he doing now?
He rolls on the sugar
Why sugar?
because it's good. You can add ketchup and mustard or sweet chili.
On the sugar.
Yeah, just do it.
Okay.
I will show you first.
Mustard, little ketchup, kind of a lot of ketchup.
And if you like spicy, sweet chili.
You like spicy?
Yeah, because I'm Korean.
I'm gonna go ketchup, then some mustard, and because tonight I'm Korean, sweet chili. Whose looks better, mine or yours?
Mine.
How long can I go? Oh! I didn't get any hot dog yet because there's only been cheese so far. Can I go like this?
I don't think so.
What if I just tried? See, I got a little bit of the dog. This is a lot better than I thought it would be. It's got so many different textures.
How's the sugar? You really worried about the sugar?
I don't really taste the sugar.
Most of Korean like 단짠, sweet and salty.
This little shack right here is our second stop. What is this?
Tteokbokki, spicy rice cake. This is the most traditional Korean street food. Are you good with spicy food?
Yes?
Are you sure?
No. It's almost 11 p.m.
Yeah.
There's a line.
Yeah, this is normal. It opens 24 hours.
All day, all night.
All day, all night.
This is what I love about street food. There's so many people here. It's 11 p.m., but there's a crowd. This is the
Rice
rice
cake,
cakes?
yeah.
It looks like pasta. What is that? What's she putting in there?
Sugar.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And then what is that over there?
Blood pork sausage. One of my favorite food.
This?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we pick it ourselves?
Yeah, yeah.
This is like a buffet. I love
Yeah,
this.
right.
Okay. Is this French toast? What is this?
Fried bread.
She makes it a little bit crispy again. Is she gonna put it in there?
Yeah, put it there and
What?
mix.
She's cutting it into bite-sized chunks. And now the rice cake.
Yeah.
A little extra sauce on the top. What is this?
It's a fish cake soup. Oh, and blood pork sausage.
Why did you order the
Trust
sausage?
me, trust me, trust me.
So this right here is the most popular street food snack in Korea.
Yeah.
The spicy rice cake. The texture on these is just so good.
Yeah.
I could see why you would want to sit hunched over a warm bowl and just eat it all night long. Just the right amount of spice.
Not
right?
that spicy at all.
What is this?
Special food for you. If you don't try this, you can't say I tried Korean food.
I don't often get scared to try stuff, but I'm not excited to try that. I don't like that at all. It tastes like hard meat flavored Jello.
You can have it like this with the sauce.
Did not change it. It
Oh,
just
go
tastes
good.
the same,
Go
but
good.
with the sauce. Cheers. First time I've done a cheers with fish cake soup. There's just one more street food I couldn't visit Korea without trying, and that is the dalgona candy from Squid Game. I also brought along my friend Doobie to compete against me in this challenge. Believe it or not, this is the exact store they use for making all the dalgona candy in the Netflix show Squid Game.
It's a legendary spot. So the way we do this, Nick, is we sit down and choose which shape we want our dalgona to be. I think we should go for an umbrella so that we have equal chances.
The way this is made is really simple. He starts with some sugar and melts it over this really small butane stove.
And then he takes his chopstick, dips it into the baking soda, and just a little bit is enough to make it puff up into this beautiful dalgona.
Oh wow, the way he threw it on the counter is crazy. Now he presses the mold onto the top of it and then pushes in whatever cookie cutter shape you choose. That is beautiful, but also supposedly the hardest shape, right?
Yeah, it is.
Whoever finishes faster wins. If yours breaks, you're disqualified. And also no licking. 3, 2, 1, go. This is so intense. Oh my gosh.
Can you stop talking? It's actually getting in my way. Disqualified. Too easy.
That was so embarrassing.
See, you gotta work in pieces.
I thought I was gonna win very easily. I feel like I just got hustled. I want you to listen and hear how incredibly brittle this is.
It's like movie glass. You get a, what do you call it? One of those trophies for participating.
We've now taken a quick trip south of the border to visit Birrialandia, a famous taco truck serving birria tacos from Tijuana, Mexico. I've also brought along my friend Kuj to help me eat. We're gonna take a quick peek inside to see how the kitchen runs, and then we'll eat tacos. This is Jose, he's the owner. Where are you from?
Puebla, Mexico.
Can we see the kitchen?
Yeah, of course, come. We sell only birria, only one meat in this row. No,
That's
no.
it. This looks and smells so crazy good.
This is the birria. We cook them for 5 hours. We start with boiling water, then we add in the meat, the guajillo, blended guajillo, and all the spices, all our secrets.
You have secrets.
Yeah, this is the fat from the beef.
This is the consomme.
Oh, that's silky smooth.
You skim all the fat off the top to use to cook the tortillas on the griddle.
That's why it's red.
There's 4 different cuts of beef in here. This right here is the foot of the cow. This is the beef shank. This right here is top round. And this is brisket.
Not a lot of people use brisket for birria.
No.
It's too much money. The cost, yeah, they're cheap. This guy ain't cheap. It's true.
You don't often hear of tacos having this many different types of meat mixed into just one. So that's what makes yours so special.
I believe.
You can even break it apart with your hands. So you chop up all the beef, and now you put it into this pot here. You don't want it to be dry, so you add in some of that consomme. And remember, this is a blend of 4 different types of beef now. Tons of flavor in there. You dip these corn tortillas into the the consomme fat.
Look at the finesse he's got on those tacos.
Next, we add in the mozzarella cheese.
And now you got the beef. Oh, you're putting a lot of beef on these, huh?
They don't cheap out.
Adding on a little bit of that cilantro onion mix.
Basically a salad.
And then a little bit of hot sauce.
How many tacos do you think you go through a night?
We taste like 700, but weekends over 1,000 tacos.
Wow.
That's
Look
big.
at these.
Then we come over here.
You like to put a little extra hot sauce on top at the end.
Yeah.
Cheese.
Piece of lemon.
That's it.
That's it, yeah. Let me show you how we do the tostadas.
So you start out with cheese.
This is our tostadas.
Homemade tostadas. And you flip.
You see the color.
That's
Look at
professional.
that. Smells unbelievable.
Onions and cilantro, yeah.
This is Tijuana style right here.
Yeah.
A little cheese to finish and a lime. I don't know which one I'm more excited for. The finishing touch here for birria tacos is that consomme.
We started with onions, cilantro, sauce, lime.
Squeeze that bad boy.
Oh, you put some meat in there.
Yeah.
So it's almost like chili.
The last step is you just pour consomme right over the top and
yeah.
fill it up. Jose, show us how to eat. How is it done?
You dip it in the consomme.
Boom. Big bite. That's how it's done. I'm gonna get a big dip on mine here. Look at that. That's amazing. You gotta have your legs open when you eat these, Jose, or you're gonna get covered.
Jose, what are you putting in this? My mouth's on fire.
This has the perfect texture. It's got the perfect balance of flavor. Just spicy enough, but not too spicy. What do you think?
I'm not coming up for air, so it must be good.
I wanna hear a good crunch on one of these tostadas as well. You ready? You hear that? Honestly, Jose, it might be my favorite taco I've ever had.
You made me so happy.
Go subscribe.
Do your thing, cuz.
Switzerland is perfect. From having the cleanest water to the most unbelievable landscapes. Switzerland is a real-life fairy tale. It's constantly at the top of the list for having the country with the highest quality of life, but also the top of the list for the most expensive. On top of all this, Switzerland is a neutral country. They don't pick sides in wars, and they remain peaceful by any means necessary, even if that means they have to blow up a bridge. After traveling this magical country for the past week, I wanted to share with you all what traveling the most perfect country on the planet is like. Well, hello guys, from the wonderful land of Switzerland. So for the next week, we're gonna be traveling around Switzerland, and I am so excited. The only one thing that I'm not excited about is how expensive this country is. The beauty really does come with a price. Like this rental car right here was the cheapest rental car that they had, and it is still $180 per day. Also, we have not slept in over 36 hours now, since we flew in from New York City to here to Switzerland, and now we are going to be road tripping for the next couple hours all the way down to Interlaken, where we're gonna explore some lakes and some mountains, some valleys, and do all these adventurous activities that Switzerland has to offer. So starting right now, let the adventure begin. Give me a woo!
Woo woo! I can't do it.
Here we go! Woo!
Woo!
Quick stop in Luzerne to get some chocolate, Swiss chocolate. Chocolate secured. Going on a Switzerland road trip should be on everyone's bucket list. Every little town that you drive through just feels like an enchanted village. We just made a quick stop in this town called Brienz, and it is just so cool exploring, walking around, seeing restaurants that are almost older than America. Oh, and also supposedly the most beautiful streets in all of Europe. So this street has been voted the most beautiful street in all of Europe. With every street, not only in Brienz, but in all of Switzerland, I don't know how they do it, it's just perfect. I've seen so many photos of Switzerland where I just figured that they photoshopped and lightroomed the water to look more turquoise than it actually was. But coming here now to Brienz, I believe this is even the Brienz Lake, where the water is really that blue. Confirming the blue ass water. And we learned that it is from the snow melting from the glaciers, and the minerals from that and on the rocks just come here to the lake and give it this incredible turquoise blue. Speaking of clean water, Switzerland has the cleanest water on the planet, where you can just drink from these random fountains around the country. It's really good. One of the great things about adventuring around Switzerland is that everywhere you go, you have these fountains with super fresh water. And to make that even better, always have to throw in some liquid IV. So liquid IV is a must-have when going on adventures. Each packet is bursting with fresh, natural flavors, and it tastes delicious. This new strawberry hydration multiplier is definitely my favorite. It has more vitamin C than an orange and as much potassium as a banana, helping you stay hydrated and energized in a great tasting way. Also, I highly recommend it as a hangover cure. If you want to try Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier, you can use my code in the description for 25% off their entire site. If you are going on an adventure and need a lot of energy, I do highly recommend Liquid IV, since it is also super delicious. So far, we've learned one thing about Switzerland, that Ausfahrt means exit. We're gonna be fluent in German in no time. Ausfahrt.
Ausfahrt.
Ausfahrt. Good morning, guys, from the beautiful Interlaken, Switzerland. After our super long travel day yesterday, we made it here at around 10 p.m. and just passed out like a ton of bricks. But there's nothing like waking up in a new place and just being amazed by all of the incredible sights, especially from your hotel window. And before we do get on with our action-packed day, I did want to show you guys what $300 a night gets you here in Interlaken, Switzerland. Check this out. Yep, that's it. So today we are checking off a bucket list item. We are heading to the top of Europe. It is the highest point in the continent where you have to take a 45-minute tram ride all the way to the top, but you do get incredible views like this. And highly recommend, if you are doing this, grab a Lindt mocha, where it's a cappuccino with a fountain of Lindt chocolate that they put in it. All right, well, we are officially the highest people in all of Europe. Haley, do you feel high?
I am super high right now.
No, honestly, do you feel the altitude?
I feel the altitude. I guess I'm a little used to it now. We've been up here for like 5 minutes. But when we first got up here, it was like a little woozy. Like.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that we are pretty high. I think right now we are about 11,000 feet. So we are able to just overlook all of the Alps and get these incredible views of the top of the mountains of Switzerland. So next up, we are heading to the Ice Palace. I believe we go inside of a glacier just into freezing ice cold rock. We definitely did not dress properly for this. We are just in a little sweater. Haley has this super thin cardigan on. And we are about to freeze. It's probably 0 degrees Celsius right now. This is literally ice right here. It's so cold. This is so cool though. Literally so cool. Haley, I got 100 Swiss franc if you lick it.
100 Swiss franc.
Let's
Make
see.
me promise.
Hopefully your tongue doesn't get stuck to it.
Stop.
Like in that movie.
Stop.
Oh, are you serious? Imagine. Starting to feel a little claustrophobic. Oh my gosh. This is insane. Wow. Hey, Haley. Haley, we're not gonna let you do this. Oh! At least you hit me. The first one she threw off camera, she hit the woman behind me. She doesn't have that good of aim.
You moved.
So now I wanted to show you guys what a dinner out here in Switzerland can cost you. So we came here tonight to the top of the Met, which haven't tried the food yet, but these views are just miraculous. This whole entire country just looks like one giant amusement park. We have the church bells going right now, there's trains going around. Everything is just picture perfect. But now we're gonna see what we get here for dinner. Haley made us get the cheese fondue, so hopefully this is gonna be worth it. I think it's like 65 bucks, so better be good. I'm coming for you, Haley. So cheese fondue, for the first time ever having it, that was pretty darn delicious. Haley, with food, you never steer me wrong.
I don't.
But with my wallet, sometimes yes. So the total meal for the two of us, with just getting one cheese fondue and a couple glasses of wine, came out to around 120 USD. But surprisingly, wine, as I guess in Europe, is a lot cheaper than in America, was only about $5 a glass. So it's just that cheese fondue that really did us dirty like that. I'd still say totally worth it though. It was something to do.
Totally
It was an experience.
And it was delicious.
It was.
Like, it really was.
It really was. Good call.
You're welcome.
After looking up why Switzerland is so expensive, I learned how the average salary in the country is nearly $125,000. with also having the highest minimum wage of $25 per hour. On top of all this, anything from Switzerland, you can guarantee it will be top of the line quality. Whether it's food or watches or trains, the Swiss are magicians when it comes to engineering. Guten Morgen from Grindelwald, Switzerland. Today we have another very exciting action-packed day where we are taking the tram back up to a different mountain and then going to be trotty biking down. It's kind of like these crazy little tricycles that we're literally going to be taking down the mountain. I don't know how, but we're going to figure it out soon. Now, to get down the mountain, there are 3 stages, with the first being flying. So now for the first part of the way down, we're going to be flying. This is insane. Are you nervous? Yes. Yeah? Oh my god. Guys, the Swiss do not mess around. I thought it was going to be kind of this rinky-dink little bike that you wouldn't be able to go too fast on. But boy, was I wrong. We were flying down the mountain. It is so hard to brake. You're going so fast. Also, you're going through these clouds where you can possibly fall off the side of the mountain. Luckily, both of us are still alive and now celebrating with some Swiss beer.
Some traditional Swiss mixed with Sprite, which I've never heard before.
I've never heard of this either, but Haley's not a big beer drinker, so they recommended her to get a beer mixed with Sprite. Never heard of it?
It's not bad.
Not bad. I mean, you really have a sweet tooth, so I feel like this is perfect for you.
I can't tell if it's Sprite or beers.
Let me take a sip.
It tastes like both in one drink.
Whoa.
It's Sprite or beer.
Wow, that's actually really good. I thought it would taste funky, but not a bad combination. So we made it safely down the mountain. Even though the roads were soaking wet and we were going through the clouds, it really did just add to our adventure. But we're back safely in Grindelwald, and also had to make a quick stop at not a coffee cart, but they got a coffee vending machine. Switzerland really is ahead of the game. Got a cappuccino, it's like $8. Some pretty good coffee. So you guys saw what $300 a night gets you in Interlaken, but now we are just a couple miles away in a town called Lauterbrunnen, which is much smaller and also much cheaper. So when I was trying to find one of the cheaper hotels, this is what we got. We had no idea that we would have this balcony and this incredible view of the waterfall. So I guess there are some deals out there in Switzerland. Hard to find. Had to book this hotel last night, but you know, they're out there. Switzerland really is just like one giant amusement park. Today we skipped the coffees and are getting a shot of Life Espresso, since we're gonna be propelling off of a cliff into a canyon and then going to be canyoning around all of these Swiss mountains. And yeah, we got the wetsuits on since it is pretty darn chilly up here. A little afraid of how cold this water may be. Let's do this. Also wanted to give a huge shout out to Outdoor Interlaken for help making this trip so memorable. Very memorable for this one since she is not looking forward to this cold.
We're suited up like we're like diving into Antarctica.
So this is what we're gonna be propelling down. 150 feet straight down. And luckily, Haley's going first to test it out.
We need someone to test the rope, you know?
Yeah, she's always makes for a great stunt dummy. That's gonna be you. Just like that. Well, we have to do that because I am going to film her with the camera and then leave it in the car, and then we'll pick it up at the end of our adventure. But yeah, also makes for a great excuse to have Haley go first. You got this.
Let's go.
I do feel really bad making her go first, but oh well. Good luck, Haley. Look at that!
High five, buddy.
Let's do it!
Good. Alright, nice work, mate. Jump. Yeah, nice.
Wow, that was incredible.
Get on here.
Yes! We are going to be running off a mountain and paragliding all the way down. Haley, how are you feeling about this one?
I don't know, I'm watching this guy land.
Haley's just been watching for the past 5 minutes. Quietly.
She ate it.
She ate it. That's gonna be you.
I'm not gonna land nicely.
Are you nervous at all?
I don't know. I think I'll be fine. I know when I get up there, I'm gonna be backing out. When he's like, all right, run off the cliff.
I am not letting you, even if I have to throw you off that mountain, Haley. We are just in this random backyard where we're gonna be running down this mountain and hopefully be flying away. Haley is ready. No, she's not. She tried backing out in the van, and then right now she's like a little scared.
A little? Like how far down do you have to run?
Just don't trip.
If I trip, you're coming back to get me.
All right, we're about to get harnessed up and fly away. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Let's do this. Let's go! Woo! Oh my God! We're almost at that tree! That was amazing. What do you think? Are you glad you did it? You liked it?
Yeah. Did you watch me flipping in the air? I was.
After traveling Switzerland for the week, I would still concur that this country is near perfect. From the adventures to the landscapes, this place looks straight out of a Disney movie. If you guys did enjoy watching this, then make sure to hit that subscribe button, and we will see you next week.
What if I told you that the thing that you're desperately chasing, the perfect body, fame, success, more money, isn't actually what you want? I have spent 30 years figuring this out, and I'm going to save you decades of time, frustration and suffering in the next 10 minutes. We all do this. We all tell ourselves, I'll be happy when. I'll be happy when I lose weight. I'll be happy when I get the promotion. I'll be happy when I have a partner. I'll finally be respected when I'm successful. But here's the truth I wish I had have known earlier. Hi, I'm Maggie. Welcome to my channel. So this is embarrassing to admit, but I used to want to be famous. Like, I really wanted it. Ever since I was 12 and I had my first role in the school play. I got attention, I got accolades, and I thought, this is pretty good, I want this. And like many actors, it came from a deep place of unworthiness. You know, like a lot of kids, I felt overlooked, not seen, not special. And so acting gave me that moment of attention, that moment to shine. It was something that people said that I was good at. So I thought to myself, in my little child brain, if I get famous, then everyone will like me, then life will work out, then I'll be happy. I chased that dream for years. The auditions, the rejections, the small wins, always thinking the next role would be the one that made me feel complete. But here's what I've learned. I'm worthy right now, and you're worthy right now. We're worthy because we exist. We've all heard the stories, the Jim Carreys of the world, who say that once they became famous, they felt empty and hollow inside. Why? Because they're chasing the wrong thing. They weren't actually seeking fame, they were seeking love, validation, and acceptance. Things that they could have given themselves all along, things that I could have given myself all along. Another example from my life is that I thought that no one would love me unless I was thin. Any relationship that didn't work out, I would think it was because I wasn't thin enough or pretty enough. This belief controlled every facet of my life. I was absolutely obsessed with it. And guess what? I did get thin and I did find love. And now I'm 7 years into that relationship with my dream partner, who is literally everything I've ever wanted. And as you do when you're in relationships, sometimes you let yourself go a little bit, and I gained some weight. And it still was an obsession in this relationship, even though I had love, do have love right now. But I had this realization. What I really wanted wasn't the perfect body or the perfect relationship. What I wanted was my own love. To feel love for myself, to approve of myself, to deeply accept myself as I am. No matter what I weigh, no matter what I look like, to be okay no matter what. And I could have given myself that a long time ago as well. Think about it. How many times have you chased a goal, achieved the goal, and then felt happy for a minute or two, and then you're on to the next goal? Then you felt that dissatisfaction, that itch, that urge to achieve something else. You know, I work with the elderly, I'm a podiatrist, and most of my patients are over 70, a lot of them well over 80, over 90, and I've even got some over 100. And I've been doing this job for over 20 years, and let me tell you, that gives you a whole new perspective on life. I know what it looks like to age well, I know what it looks like to age poorly, and I'm not talking about looks, I'm talking about mobility and health. I have patients in housing commission flats, I have patients that are in multi-million-dollar homes overlooking the beach. I've got patients who spend all of their money on lottery tickets, and when I ask them, what are you going to do if you win? They say, what do I need all that money for? I would just give it to my family. So they're spending all their pension money, all their spare money, even in this cost of living crisis, on lottery tickets for a dream that they're not even going to enjoy because they feel too old to enjoy life. However, I also have some patients who are amazing. They're so curious, they've got a sparkle in their eye. They're so fun to be around, they've got a great sense of humor. They'll say, I look in the mirror, I don't recognize that old lady, so I just keep walking. You know, they never stop growing. They've got purpose, whether it's gardening or traveling. Some of them are doing crazy things. Like, I had this patient who's like 85 or something, and she jumped out of a plane. These patients are so inspiring. There's really something about them. They tend to be really joyful and really content and really accepting. And I think these patients, whether consciously or unconsciously, they understand something crucial, and that is we're either evolving or devolving, but we're never staying the same. If you're not growing and learning and experiencing, you are dying. You're getting smaller, your world is getting smaller, you're stunted. No one is going to stay the same. I had a patient the other day who was complaining to me about her wrinkles, and she was 92, complaining about her wrinkles because her 70-year-old daughter-in-law has lovely skin, and she was envious of that skin and wanting to get the $12 skincare product moisturizer that her daughter-in-law has. And I'm like, you're 92. I have so many patients who'll say, how old do you think I am? This obsession with what we look like externally doesn't stop unless you choose to stop it. You want to know what true freedom feels like? It's when something that used to scare you doesn't scare you anymore. When you can speak in front of people without your heart racing. When people who used to bother you, who maybe were mean to you or cruel to you, when their words don't affect you anymore. When you don't care what people think. When you've had wounds and triggers that used to just set you off. When it's like water off a duck's back. That's true freedom. When you can look in the mirror and see your aging face and completely accept yourself and love yourself. When you can look at your middle-aged body and go, yes, my body is changing, but I still love it. When you can walk into a party and not be thinking, what will people think of me, but be thinking, I'm curious who's here, who can I meet, what can I learn today? That's what real confidence looks like. Not the fake kind when you're seeking validation, where you're putting photos of yourself on Instagram to make it look like you have a wonderful life. Real confidence is when external things don't get to you anymore, where you're not walking around getting offended, taking things personally, or being triggered by people. No one has that power over you. I used to desperately want to pay off my mortgage. I still do, of course I want to pay off my mortgage, but I used to think I wouldn't feel safe until I paid off my mortgage, which is 25 years. And then someone said to me, imagine having paid off your mortgage and then think about your finances. What comes up for you? And I'm like, oh, well, I've got to pay the rates and I've got to pay the bills and I've got to pay the XYZ and what if this and what if that? And then it became very clear to me that my fear was around scarcity, of there not being enough, of not being safe. But I can give myself that feeling of safety and security right now by trusting that it's a benevolent universe. Trusting that things always work out for me by reframing the negative into the positive. I'm bastardizing this, but I think Einstein said you need to decide if this universe is friendly or not. And for a long time, I thought the universe was not friendly. But now I truly believe that she is benevolent. She is always pushing you and helping you to grow and to give you the things that you say that you want. However that looks like, it may not be how you think it should look, but that's what she's doing. I had an experience recently with my YouTube channel, which I really, really want to grow. I love it so much. I genuinely love YouTube. So now's probably a good time to ask you to like and subscribe and maybe comment if you're enjoying this video. But yes, recently I released a video and it did really well. It's at 33,000 views, which is huge for me. Very, very exciting. It's what I always wanted. And then something interesting happened. Fear began to creep in a little bit. I started to get a little worried about the next video. What if it doesn't do so well? What if it was a one-hit wonder? What if I can't replicate that success? I had forgotten the whole point. The whole point is to grow, is to serve, is to evolve. It's to add value to people through my videos. It's not to go viral. Of course, I would love my videos to do well, but keeping it in perspective, what is the point? The point is to make videos that help touch, move, and inspire people, to help them lead a compassionate life, a joyful life. Offering the knowledge and wisdom that I've gained over my 48 years. Everyone has something to offer. Everyone has life experience. There's always something to offer. So the journey is the destination. A lot of people say it's not the journey, it's the destination. But a wise teacher of mine said the journey is the destination. This is it. This is it. Not when I get 100,000 subscribers, or not when, you know, you're thin or you're rich or whatever. The journey is the destination. The joy isn't reaching the goal, it's the process of getting there. It's all the little wins and victories and struggles along the way. It's the hero's journey. It's when you take your first step and you've got your backpack, and then you travel along, and there's dragons you got to slay, and then there's things you got to overcome, obstacles, scary forests, old man with a crystal ball, all these things. That is the hero's journey, and that is life. The journey is the destination. It's not getting to the peak of the mountain. Although that is nice, once you're there, then there's another mountain, and then there's another mountain, and then there's another mountain. Thank God there's another mountain. So here's what it took me 30 years to understand. You can have everything you want right now, because everything you think you want is because it's going to give you a feeling. It's going to give you a feeling of being loved, accepted, validated, enough, approved of, all the things. You're actually searching for that feeling, and you can give yourself that feeling right here, right now. You want to feel worthy? Give yourself permission to feel worthy right now, and you're so worthy, you're so worthy. You're worthy because you exist. You're an aspect of God. You want to feel safe now? Then choose to feel safe now. Choose to believe that you live in a safe, benevolent universe that loves you. You want to feel loved now? Don't wait till you meet that partner. Love yourself now. Make the choice to love yourself now. Develop a relationship with yourself right now. We're meant to grow, we're meant to evolve, we're meant to dream big dreams, but not because those dreams will make us happy. It's because the process of growing itself is what brings fulfillment. Look at your own life. What are you waiting for? What is the thing that you think will make you feel complete or whole or happy or content? And give that to yourself right now. The choice is yours. Are you going to wait till someday to feel complete? Life is not about meeting some magical destination. It's about growing until we take our last breath. It's about evolving and trying things out and being the best we can be. You know, every time we try something new, we step out of our comfort zone, new doors open, new opportunities appear. It is amazing what can happen when you get into your discomfort zone. It really is a hero's journey. I am so excited by life. Every year that I look back on the last year and think, oh God, that wasn't a good look, or how embarrassing. That's a good thing. That shows that I'm now in a position where I can do better than I did then. And I hope to live that way for the rest of my life. Thank you so much for watching. Much love. See you in the next video.
If you could speak to your 20-year-old self, what would you say?
I'd say keep going, enjoy yourself, keep busy, just take life as it comes. Don't worry about too many problems. You can't solve them all yourself.
I would decide that I wouldn't want to go back to 20 years of myself. I like my life the way it is. I don't want to go back. And I hear people say, oh, the good old days. Oh, I wish I was back. I said, not me. I want to go forward and find out what it's going to be like forward, not backwards. I'm not a backwards person.
I think the same thing that I did say to myself, and that is keep having fun while you're doing your life. Make sure you are honest about it, and don't expect to find everyone as you would like them to be. Every individual is each an individual, and each have their own pluses and minuses.
Get up and do more. Go enjoy yourself more. I was a little afraid to do stuff and go out. I should have went out more.
What do you mean by that? Go where?
Go anywhere. Go on trips. I've never been to another country. I could have went to another country. It sort of scares me. I don't like flying. So.
I don't even remember back that far. 20 years old, I was still in college. I was married. I had one son. My best advice would be think twice before you marry a minister. It's a very demanding job.
I'd say, keep on this road, keep going, love everyone, and just be happy with where you are. I'm probably gonna freak out everybody, but pray. God's the only one that can change things. You can't change them if they're really bad, but He can, in an instant. So.
Oh, they think that once we're old, you can just shove us in a closet and we don't have any mind to think with. And I mean, some of us don't, but I've been very blessed in that I have my own mind and my own hearing and my own everything is still intact.
That is no fun to get old, but I think it is. I think it is fun. You could cherish everything.
Oh, growing old? It's worse than you think. If you don't have friends and people and you don't have your mind, I guess.
What would you say to somebody who's afraid of growing old?
You don't have a choice, so you might as well do your best you have. It's one thing that nobody can tell you if you can do it or not.
They think it's hard. It isn't. It isn't hard at all. It's far too easy.
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is that they think that life diminishes. It doesn't. It goes on exactly as you see it. And if I see it as diminished, then it is diminished. But I don't see it that way. I see it as life changes as we go. And it doesn't change a whole lot. You still have the same values.
It's rather miraculous. I don't have longevity in my family. So for me to be 85, I've already outlived both of my parents. And I had a major fall last November. So that is why I am in this wonderful place. I never thought that I would live to see 85, to be quite honest. It's a God gift to me.
What does it feel like to be 92?
Same as always. Meaning I have plenty of energy and I can do anything I want to, almost. I don't run anymore. But you know, my age is only a number. If you think of yourself as being old, then you are. If you don't think of yourself as being old, then you are where you are.
What does it feel like to be 97?
I'm lucky because I fell twice. I broke my arm and wrist and side, and I'm able to do everything back again. And I'm fine. I don't have to go to a doctor for a year. I said, well, a year's a long time. I mean, who knows where I'll be.
Feels like an age. I have no idea. I've been through a heck of a lot in my age.
You look amazing, by the way. You look amazing. What does it feel like to be 90?
Nothing. If my legs worked, I would still be out working. But my legs don't work anymore. But no different.
Yeah, I'm very blessed. I'm healthy. I can go places. I can walk properly. I'm so blessed. And so it's actually fun. You have to make your own secret to happiness, because if you don't, you won't be happy.
you have to learn to live with people and have to learn to agree on everything that you want to do. And if you agree, it's fine. If you don't, you let it go.
Be yourself and enjoy every moment of it. You only have one life that we know of. Actually, my belief is that we come back over and over and over again. We've all lived hundreds of times, probably thousands of times throughout the millennia.
Well, you have to have a little fun too, but I did a lot of singing and that I loved the best. And I had a trio, so we went around Boston singing and we sang for a lot of service people, and that really helped.
The key to happiness is to know your God and have a really good faith. That's the key, not only to happiness, but to pure joy. And there's a difference. Don't ask me to explain it, but joy and happiness are two different things. External things can make you happy, but it's the joy that comes from deep within and having a good faith.
Do you have any life regrets?
No. I shouldn't have married the second husband, but outside of that, I'm all right.
Sure, lots of them. But I can't tell you what they are. They're not that important.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, if I said the wrong thing to someone at some point, I would not like to be hurtful to anyone by saying the wrong thing or whatever. You know, one needs to be kind to oneself and to others. That's one of the most important things in life, is learning to be kind to yourself, learning to be kind to others, always. No exceptions.
If I had my life to live over again, I would live it exactly the same way. I'd like to take more trips. I have a bucket list that's still a mile long, which I know will never get fulfilled. I've kind of resigned myself to the fact that my life changed drastically when I fell a year ago in November and broke my femur. My sons and my brother kept saying, "You'll never go home." And I wanted to prove them wrong, and they weren't. And so I kind of do it vicariously. Each time my grandson or my granddaughter goes someplace, I live that through them. My older son right now is in Scotland with his wife. I'm living that vicariously through them. And they're very good about sending me pictures and letting me know how things are.
Boy, that's a really good question. When I was young and in my early 20s, yeah, there was regrets because of the way I got pregnant. My mom and dad were embarrassed and furious at me, so they didn't like the fact that I was pregnant so young and unmarried. As life went on, they became calmer about it. And you know, the most wonderful thing are people and your children.
I think you should be kind to people, and I try not to argue with anybody because it doesn't do any good. And when they got in trouble, I'd just roll my eyes and they'd laugh, so that would solve it. I'm still enjoying life. I tell the kids, don't worry about anything when I leave, because I had a great life. And I did a lot of traveling when I could. I'd go on the cruises and things like that. So I can't complain.
To be good to people, to be good to you, because if you don't love yourself, you don't love anybody.
How do you love yourself?
I love myself because I am happy. I'm still kicking, essentially, and I am enjoying life, and I enjoy life here. Everybody is good to me, and I'm equally good to them.
Don't be rude to anybody. Be loving to all, because love is the answer and the key to almost everything in this world. Being good to one another, being kind to one another, loving to one another. And that's...
How do you do that when it feels impossible?
Pray. Just simply pray. Briefly, and the Lord will guide you.
The Funhouse Corpse. In the 1970s, there was a horrifying discovery that what the Carnival Funhouse presented as a creepy prop was actually a real human corpse. The story claims that the mannequin had been hanging as a decoration for years, with thousands of people passing by, taking photos, and even touching it without realizing they were interacting with actual human remains. The carnival workers positioned and repainted the prop regularly, believing it to be just another spooky decoration. It was also known that children were surprised by how realistic it looked, unaware they were viewing a genuine corpse. The truth behind this legend is the case of Elmer McCurdy, an unsuccessful train robber killed in a 1911 shootout with police in Oklahoma. After his death, no one claimed his body, so a funeral director embalmed it with arsenic and displayed it for paying customers. The body was later sold to various traveling carnivals and haunted houses. McCurdy's mummified remains eventually ended up at the New Pike Amusement Park in Long Beach, California, and in December 1976, during filming of The $6 Million Man, a crew member moved the mannequin, causing its arm to break off, revealing human bone. Medical examiners confirmed it was a real human body. Investigations revealed the body had been painted multiple times with phosphorus paint and decorated as various props throughout the years. McCurdy's corpse had traveled across America as a carnival attraction for 65 years before being discovered. He was finally buried in Summit View Cemetery in Oklahoma in 1977. The Bunny Man. In Fairfax County, Virginia, lies the Colchester Overpass, also known as the Bunnyman Bridge. According to the legend, in 1904, there was a transfer of patients from an asylum. Their bus crashed, and all patients except one were recaptured. Soon after, dead bunnies started appearing around the area, many of which were hanged on the Fairfax Station Bridge. The first documented encounter with the Bunnyman occurred on October 19, 1970, when U.S. Air Force Academy cadet Bob Bennett and his fiancée were parked in their car near the bridge. According to Bob, they were sitting in their car when they observed something moving in the darkness. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a white rabbit costume with long rabbit ears. The man approached their car and yelled at them for trespassing before throwing an axe that shattered the passenger side window. However, Bennett's fiancée did not agree with his description, saying that he did not have a bunny suit on and that it looked more like long, pointy headwear. Just 10 days later, on October 29, 1970, construction security guard Paul Phillips described a similar incident. He saw a man in a rabbit suit standing on the porch of of an unfinished home in Kings Park West. The figure was holding an axe and chopping at the porch of the house, yelling about trespassers. When the man noticed Phillips, he said that he was trespassing and that if he came any closer, he would chop off his head. After that, Paul fled the scene. Following these events, around 50 people reported that they had seen the Bunny Man, and both cases were thoroughly investigated by local law enforcement. The reports are still kept in Fairfax County records, but they did not lead to anything. While the original Bunny Man didn't get caught, his influence remains, and the Colchester overpass has stayed intact since that time. The Greene Man. The Greene Man, also known locally as Charlie No Face, was a man named Raymond Robinson who walked the empty roads of Beaver County, Pennsylvania at night. The Greene Man's face was deformed from a tragic accident in 1919 when Raymond Robinson, at 8 years old, was seriously injured while attempting to examine a bird's nest on the Murado Bridge near Beaver Falls. While climbing the bridge, Robinson touched a power line carrying 22,000 volts of electricity. The accident was documented in local newspapers, which reported that young Raymond had been severely disfigured and lost his eyes, nose, and right arm. What transformed Robinson from a tragic accident victim into a living legend was his habit of taking long walks at night along State Route 351 between Coppell and New Galilee. Unable to work traditional jobs due to his injuries, Robinson spent his days crafting leather wallets and belts at his family's home. He would go on solitary walks along the rural road at night when there wouldn't be people outside because he didn't wish to scare others. However, his choice made it a scarier experience for residents of Beaver County who drove along Route 351 at night. They would frequently spot Robinson walking along the road, his injured face sometimes appearing to glow green in their headlights, hence the nickname Greene Man. What makes Robinson's story particularly compelling is the way it transformed from documented fact into regional folklore. While many who encountered him at night were frightened, those who took the time to speak with Robinson found him to be friendly and intelligent. He would often stop to chat with curious teenagers who sought him out, and some locals would offer him cigarettes or beer. Interactions confirmed by multiple independent accounts and newspaper interviews. Robinson continued his nighttime walks until his death in 1985. The dead body under the mattress. There have been urban legends about dead bodies under mattresses throughout all of history. What makes this particular urban legend so terrifying isn't just its dreadful nature, it's the fact that it has proven true multiple times across different decades and locations, and the reality has matched the legend with extreme accuracy. The most notorious verified case occurred in 1999 at the Ocean View Motel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Guests had complained for days about a pervasive, sickening odor in room 112. The smell was dismissed as everything from a dead rat to a backed-up sewage system. Multiple guests checked in and out of the room, each complaining about the stench, each sleeping unknowingly above a corpse. When housekeeping finally investigated thoroughly, they discovered the decomposing body of Saul Hernandez carefully concealed inside the box spring of the bed. The verification of this urban legend led to changes in hotel protocols across the country. Many establishments now require more thorough room inspections, including checking under mattresses and inside box springs. Some hotels have even switched to platform beds or sealed mattress units to prevent their use as hiding places. People in the walls. The notion of someone secretly watching within the walls has long held a place in many urban legends, and as it turns out, this particular horror story idea has a basis in documented reality that makes it all the more disturbing. A case that resembles the urban legends occurred in 1986 in Pepperell, Massachusetts, where a man named Daniel LaPlante was discovered to have been secretly living within the walls of a family's home for an extended period. LaPlante, a convicted criminal, had accessed the house through a small crawl space and started living there for a while, emerging when the family was away to eat their food, move their belongings, and even watch them through holes he had drilled. Something similar happened in 2008 in Japan. A homeless woman was found living in a man's closet for over a year. She had snuck in through a tiny crack in the closet and remained hidden, only coming out when the homeowner was away. Le Loyon. The urban legend of Le Loyon was extensively covered by Swiss media, particularly by Le Matin newspaper in 2013. Unlike many folklore figures, this mysterious person was photographed multiple times, with verifiable sightings by local residents spanning a decade in the Malls region of Switzerland. Le Loyon was first documented around 2003, when residents began reporting encounters with a tall figure in the woods. What distinguished these sightings from typical urban legends was their consistency. The person always wore the same outfit, a vintage military gas mask and a thick camouflage coat. A local photographer was able to get a photograph of Le Loyon, which marked a significant step forward in documenting his presence. This photograph, which appeared in Swiss publications, showed exactly what witnesses had described: a person dressed in military uniform traveling alone through the forest paths. The photographs served to prove that this wasn't just local talk, but a real person. The most concrete proof came in September 2013, when Le Loyon's entire costume was deliberately left in the woods. The note that was found, which was published in part by Swiss media, mentioned the recent increased attention they had received. Local police confirmed the discovery of the artifacts and note, making this one of the rare masked figure stories supported by physical evidence and official paperwork. Cropsey. The Cropsey legend was about a deranged individual who would wander Staten Island's Willowbrook Mental Institution grounds after dark in the 1970s and 1980s. Cropsey was attributed to the disappearances of many children in the area. Many of the legends describe Cropsey as an escaped mental patient. He was most often described either wielding a bloody axe or with a hook for a hand. In reality, Cropsey was found to be Andre Rand, a former Willowbrook orderly who would become one of Staten Island's most notorious criminals. Rand worked at the institution during its most notorious period, a time when patients were subjected to extreme neglect and abuse. After the institution's closure, he continued to haunt the periphery of the community, becoming a real-life embodiment of the Cropsey legend. Rand was convicted of kidnapping multiple young girls, with suspicions of involvement in numerous disappearances. His actual crimes mirrored the urban legend almost precisely, targeting vulnerable young women, operating around institutional grounds. The first confirmed kidnapping attributed to Rand was that of Jennifer Schweiger in 1987. She was a 12-year-old girl with Down syndrome, exactly the type of vulnerable victim the Cropsey legend had described. Rand had a total of 5 notable alleged victims, and in 1988 he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Toxic Lady. According to the Toxic Lady legend, a mysterious woman arrived at a California hospital in the 1990s, and when medical staff drew her blood, toxic fumes caused hospital workers to collapse. As the tale spread, it grew more dramatic. Some versions claimed her body melted through floors, and her presence caused equipment malfunctions. The legend describes hazmat teams quarantining hospital wings and staff falling ill from merely being near the woman. Stories tell of her skin's oily sheen, highly acidic blood, and strange odors that induced unconsciousness. The tale typically ends with her death and body being sealed in special containment. The truth behind this legend is the case of Gloria Ramirez in 1994. She arrived at Riverside General Hospital with advanced cervical cancer and heart problems. Medical staff noticed an oily sheen on her skin, and after drawing her blood, which had an ammonia-like smell, hospital workers began experiencing nausea, breathing problems, and muscle spasms. 23 people fell ill, 5 needing hospitalization, with 1 worker requiring intubation. The emergency room was evacuated and decontaminated by a hazmat team. Ramirez died from kidney failure shortly after arrival. Scientists believe this occurred because Ramirez used DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, for pain relief. Her organ failure may have converted it to DMSO2, then DMSO4, a toxic compound that caused the staff's symptoms. While lacking supernatural elements like melting floors, the real events were strange enough to inspire numerous urban legends. If you want to discuss this video or suggest an idea for the next one, join my Discord. Link in the description.
I desensitized myself to it. I don't know, I went to great lengths.
He is pure evil, but you'd never know it by looking at him. But when you hear him, that's another story. His killing field was Milwaukee, and he got away with murder for more than a decade. But how could any of this happen? For the first time ever, Nancy Glass is here inside the world of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Bill, when I sat down opposite Jeffrey Dahmer for this interview, I wondered what he would tell me, how hard it would be to get him to discuss his horrific crimes. What I found was that he was very forthcoming. He volunteered details that may be difficult to hear. I began by asking what he wanted from the men he picked up.
I had these obsessive desires and thoughts wanting to control them, to I don't know how to put it, possess them permanently.
And that's why you killed them?
Right, right. Not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me. And as my obsession grew, I was saving body parts such as skulls and skeletons.
Jeffrey Dahmer is recalling his monstrous past. Almost 2 years ago in this little apartment in Milwaukee, police discovered the grisly remnants of one of the most horrible crime sprees in American history. Jeffrey Dahmer, an unassuming chocolate factory worker, would eventually confess that he had seduced, murdered, and dismembered 17 young men. He even ate some of his victims' body parts. He instantly became the center of worldwide media attention, a serial killer unmasked. There were protests and press conferences in Milwaukee as people tried to understand how this could have happened in their midst. How did Jeffrey Dahmer get away with murder after murder for 13 years? How did a boy born into a hard-working middle-class family turn into the worst kind of monster imaginable? In this exclusive interview, we put those questions to Jeffrey Dahmer himself. We met with him at the maximum security prison where he is serving his sentence of 999 years. For the first time, he talks about his crimes and gives us a chilling look inside the mind of a serial killer.
It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. When you depersonalize another person and view them as just an object for pleasure instead of a living, breathing human being, it seems to make it easier to do things you shouldn't do.
The reason why Jeffrey Dahmer was able to get away with his crimes was because of just what you are seeing here. Jeffrey Dahmer is intelligent and articulate. That is what makes him so frightening. But if you listen carefully to his words throughout this interview, you realize it is a thin disguise. You do sound, though, like the kind of person who could have said to himself, "This is wrong. I must stop."
I always knew that it was wrong, but after the first killing was not planned. I was coming back from the shopping mall back in '78. I had fantasies about picking up a hitchhiker and taking him back to the house and having complete control and dominance over him.
The hitchhiker's name was Stephen Hicks. He was just 18. Jeffrey Dahmer took him to his parents' house. There he strangled him with a barbell. He dismembered the body and hid it in a drain pipe. It was Jeffrey Dahmer who gave those details to the police in his confession.
No one had a clue as to what was happening for over a decade.
During that time, Jeffrey Dahmer joined the Army and was sent to Germany. He was eventually discharged for a drinking problem and returned to Ohio. 9 years after Stephen Hicks' murder, the killing began again. What happened to you in the 9 years in between that you were able to stop, that you were able to control yourself?
It just wasn't an opportunity to fully express what I wanted to do. There was just not the physical opportunity to do it then. And I started, when I moved to Milwaukee in '81, I started reading pornography, going to the bookstores. Eventually that led to frequenting the gay bars. And then one time I brought this young man back to the hotel room, the Ambassador Hotel. Was just planning on drugging him and spending the night with him. Had no intention of hurting him. When I woke up in the morning, he had a broken rib here, was heavily bruised. Apparently I had beaten him to death with my fists.
And you have no memory
I
of it?
have no memory of it. But that's what started the whole spree all over again.
Dahmer says he snuck the corpse of his victim, Stephen Toomey, out of his hotel room in a suitcase. Then he took it to his grandmother's house, where he cut up the body and put it in plastic garbage bags. When you killed these men, afterwards, were you repulsed? Were you upset?
No, at the time, it was almost addictive. It was almost a surge of energy. I wouldn't have to worry about any of their needs or anything. I just had complete control of the situation.
But Jeffrey Dahmer was out of control. The urge to kill had overpowered him. As police later learned, he wasn't satisfied with his victim's death. He wanted more. Why did you photograph them?
It was my way of remembering their appearance, their physical beauty. I also wanted to keep if I couldn't keep them there with me whole, at least I felt that I could keep their skeletons. And I even went so far as planning on setting up an altar with the 10 different skulls and skeletons.
And what was the purpose of the altar going to be?
As a sort of memorial. A point where I could, I don't know, it's so bizarre and strange, it's hard to describe. A place where I could collect my thoughts and feed my obsession.
When the bodies were still in your apartment, there was no time when you would see them and say, this is grotesque, what have I done?
There were times, but the compulsive obsession with doing what I was doing overpowered any feelings of revulsion.
This man with a quiet, almost shy demeanor became a master manipulator who was able to lure strangers he met at gay bars to his apartment. He was even able to con the police into returning a 14-year-old boy to him after neighbors called 911 upset that the child was in the street naked and bleeding. Dahmer convinced the police that he and the boy were simply having a lover's quarrel.
It's a intoxicated boyfriend of another boyfriend.
Well, how old was this child?
It wasn't a child, it was an adult.
After the police left, Jeffrey Dahmer murdered that boy, Conorak synthesome phone. This man says he had a near-fatal encounter with Jeffrey Dahmer.
He wanted to take some picture of my back. He hit me with a rubber hammer on my neck.
He was lucky to escape because by then the killing had become almost routine. Before you went out to pick up the man, was there any kind of ritual you went through?
I'd go to the nightclubs, drink, watch the striptease shows, and if I didn't meet anyone at the bars, I'd go to the bath clubs and meet someone there, offer them money, and we'd go back to the apartment, have a few drinks. I'd have the sleeping pill mixture already prepared. Person would drink it, fall asleep, and that's when they would be strangled.
Watching the movie Exorcist 3 was also part of his ritual. It put him in the mood for murder.
I felt so hopelessly evil and perverted that I actually derived a sort of pleasure from watching that tape.
Did you like feeling evil?
No, I didn't. But I had tried to overcome the thoughts, and it worked for a while, but eventually I gave in.
While Jeffrey Dahmer may say things today that make it seem like he understands what went on in his mind, he does not. All he can do is tell you what happened, but he cannot stop whatever it is that drove him to kill in the first place. Do you still feel those same urges? Do you still feel that compulsion, that obsession?
I wish I could say that it just left completely, but no, there are times when I still do have the old compulsions.
Jeffrey Dahmer says as time went on, his mind became more and more warped, and yet he was clever enough to continue to elude police and lure young men to his apartment. We should warn you, the details are very graphic.
I started having these obsessive thoughts when I was about 15 and 16, and they got worse and worse.
What were your fantasies about?
They were sexual fantasies of control, power, complete dominance. They became reality.
Was there pleasure in that fantasy?
There was excitement, fear, pleasure, all mixed together.
Jeffrey Dahmer fulfilled his fantasies by murdering and dismembering 17 young men. In time, his desires became more extreme, his deeds more grotesque. Listen to him talk about the most unnatural things in the most matter-of-fact of ways. That's when you realize that none of it has touched him.
I was branching out, that's when the cannibalism started, eating of the heart and the arm muscle. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me. At first it was just curiosity, and then it became compulsive. Then I tried to keep the person alive by inducing a zombie-like state. By injecting first dilute acid solution into their brain or hot water, and it never did completely work.
Could someone like you be stopped? Could you be helped?
No, I was dead set on going with this compulsion. It was the only thing that gave me any satisfaction.
He became so warped by his evil impulses that he even took a victim's head with him to work at the Ambrosia chocolate factory.
I kept the mummified head and skull of one of the victims in a carrying case in my locker at work.
Were you almost flaunting it?
Yes, but that's how strong the compulsion was. That's how bizarre the desire was. I wanted to keep something of the person with me.
Jeffrey Dahmer exhibited some disturbing behavior early on. He began drinking heavily as a teenager, dropped out of college, was arrested for indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, and fondling a 13-year-old boy. Tragically, one of his murder victims would be that boy's brother. Do you know what started it? Was there any kind of incident that you can remember?
To this day, I don't know what started it. And the person to blame is sitting right across from you. That's the only person. Not parents, not society, not pornography. I mean, those are just excuses.
His macabre 13-year crime spree finally ended when this man, Tracy Edwards, brought the police to the infamous apartment. Like the others, he had gone there with the promise of money.
He was listening to my heart because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point. I hit him and I ran.
What was the turning point for you that made you suddenly realize that you had done something terribly wrong, something you should be sorry for?
It was the night of the arrest. I have no memory of what happened during the 6 hours before the last victim ran out of the apartment. I heard a knock on the door, and the police were there with the last victim. They asked me where the key was to the handcuffs. My mind was in a haze. I sort of pointed to the bedroom, and that's where they found the pictures. And they yelled, "Cuff him." And I was handcuffed, and it was just the realization that there was no point in trying to hide my actions anymore. The best route was to help the police identify all the victims and just make a complete confession.
When it was revealed that most of the victims were black or homosexual, people in Milwaukee were incensed. Many felt that was why he went after them and why the police didn't seem to care when their families reported them missing. 10 of your 17 victims were black. Were they racially motivated?
It was not racially motivated. It was not sexual preference. It was just to find an obsession with the best-looking young man I could find.
While you just heard him say that his sexual preference had nothing to do with the killings, he has not come to terms with his homosexuality.
Never understood it. There was no use trying to fight it because I couldn't rid myself of it. It was too powerful and persistent.
Do you dislike it?
Yes, it's caused a lot of problems for me. A lot of conflicts and unanswered questions.
The conflicts remain with him, and so do his compulsions. But in prison, he finally cannot act on his savage desires. If you were out on the street now, would you still be committing the crimes?
Probably. If this hadn't happened, there's no doubt I probably would be. I can't think of anything that would have stopped me.
Depression. Depression is a mental disorder that drains the color out of life. It affects how your brain produces and uses chemicals like serotonin and dopamine, the messengers that help you feel pleasure, motivation, and connection. When these systems malfunction, everything becomes harder. You wake up exhausted even after sleeping for 10 hours. Food tastes like nothing. Hobbies that once excited you now feel pointless. Your brain tells you that nothing will ever get better, and you believe it because depression doesn't feel like sadness. It feels like emptiness. Sadness has a reason, a story, a cause. Depression just exists, heavy and constant, even when your life looks fine from the outside. People say, just think positive, or go for a walk. But depression isn't a bad mood you can shake off. It's your brain physically struggling to generate the chemicals that make caring possible. Thoughts slow down, decisions become overwhelming, and getting out of bed can feel like climbing a mountain. You might sleep all day or lie awake all night. You withdraw from friends not because you want to, but because pretending to be okay takes energy you don't have. Over time, untreated depression reshapes how you see yourself and the world. It convinces you that this numbness is who you really are, that joy was always temporary, that hope is just a lie people tell themselves. The disorder doesn't announce itself loudly. It whispers quietly until you forget what feeling alive used to be like. Generalized anxiety disorder. Generalized anxiety disorder turns normal worry into a constant alarm system that never shuts off. Your brain treats everyday situations like emergencies, flooding your body with stress hormones even when there's no real danger. Everyone worries sometimes, about tests or money or relationships, but anxiety disorder makes you worry about everything, all the time, even things that haven't happened yet and probably never will. You lie awake imagining disasters. You replay conversations, convinced you said something wrong. Your mind jumps from one fear to the next, building worst-case scenarios out of nothing. Physically, your body stays tense. Your shoulders ache, your stomach hurts, and your heart races for no clear reason. You feel exhausted because your nervous system thinks it's protecting you from threats that don't exist. Simple decisions become overwhelming because every choice feels like it could lead to catastrophe. Should you send that text? What if they misunderstand? What if they get angry? The disorder steals your ability to relax because your brain has forgotten how to tell the difference between actual danger and imagined problems. People tell you to calm down, to stop overthinking, but that's like telling someone with a broken leg to just walk normally. Over time, the constant tension wears you down. You start avoiding situations that trigger worry, which only makes the world feel smaller and more threatening. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a condition where your brain struggles to regulate focus, impulses, and energy. The part of your brain called the prefrontal cortex, which controls planning and self-control, develops more slowly or works differently. This means you want to pay attention, you want to sit still, you want to finish tasks, but your brain won't cooperate. People think ADHD means you can't focus on anything, but that's wrong. You can hyper-focus on things that interest you for hours, losing track of time completely. The problem is you can't choose what gets your attention. Boring tasks feel physically painful to start. Your mind wanders during conversations even when you care about the person talking. You forget appointments, lose your keys, and leave projects half-finished, not because you're lazy, but because your brain doesn't produce enough dopamine to make follow-through feel rewarding. Impulsivity makes you interrupt people, buy things without thinking, or say things you instantly regret. You might fidget constantly, tap your foot, or feel restless in your own skin. Time feels slippery. You underestimate how long things take, then panic when deadlines appear suddenly. At school or work, you're called careless, unmotivated, or ditzy, but inside you're trying harder than anyone realizes. The exhausting part is knowing what you need to do while watching yourself fail to do it anyway. ADHD creates a gap between intention and action that willpower alone can't bridge. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Obsessive-compulsive disorder traps your mind in a loop of intrusive thoughts and desperate rituals. Your brain gets stuck on a fear, an image, or a terrible what-if scenario, and it won't let go. These are called obsessions, unwanted thoughts that invade your mind even when you try to push them away. Maybe you're terrified of germs spreading disease, or convinced you left the stove on and your house will burn down, or haunted by violent images that horrify you. The thoughts feel so real, so urgent, that your brain demands you do something to make them stop. That's where compulsions come in. You wash your hands until they crack and bleed. You check the door locks 15 times before leaving. You count, tap, arrange objects in perfect order, or repeat phrases silently. These rituals feel like the only way to prevent disaster, but the relief lasts seconds before the anxiety returns and demands you do it again. OCD convinces you that your thoughts have power, that thinking something bad makes it more likely to happen unless you perform the right action. People joke about being so OCD when they like things organized, but real OCD is torture. You know the rituals are irrational. You know checking the stove 10 times makes no logical sense, but the fear is so overwhelming that you can't stop yourself. Hours disappear into compulsions. Your hands hurt. Your mind exhausts
itself, and the disorder tightens its grip. OCD doesn't make you careful or neat. It makes you a prisoner to thoughts you never wanted in the first place. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder happens when your brain gets stuck in survival mode after experiencing something terrifying. A car crash, violence, abuse, war, or any event where you felt your life was in danger can rewire how your brain processes fear and safety. Normally, after something scary ends, your nervous system calms down and files the memory away. With PTSD, that system breaks. Your brain keeps replaying the trauma as if it's still happening right now. Flashbacks aren't like normal memories where you picture the past. They're vivid, physical re-experiences. A smell, a sound, or a random sight can transport you back instantly. Your heart pounds, your breathing quickens, and for those seconds or minutes, you genuinely believe you're in danger again. Nightmares invade your sleep, jolting you awake in terror. You become hypervigilant, constantly scanning for threats, unable to relax even in safe places. Loud noises make you jump. Crowds feel suffocating. You avoid anything that reminds you of the trauma, which sometimes means avoiding entire parts of your life. Emotions become unpredictable. Anger erupts over small things. You feel numb and disconnected, even from people you love. Concentration disappears because your brain is too busy watching for danger to focus on anything else. PTSD makes you feel broken, like the trauma stole who you used to be. Your brain is trying to protect you, but the alarm system won't turn off. You're living in the aftermath while your mind keeps dragging you back to the worst moment. Bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder sends your brain swinging between extreme emotional states that you can't control. There are two poles, mania and depression, and you cycle between them in patterns that can last days, weeks, or months. During a manic episode, your brain floods with energy and confidence that feels almost superhuman. You sleep 2 hours and wake up buzzing with ideas. You talk fast, jump between thoughts, and feel like you can accomplish anything. Risky decisions suddenly seem brilliant. You might spend money you don't have, start 5 projects at once, or believe you've discovered something world-changing. Colors seem brighter, connections feel profound, and sitting still becomes impossible. But mania burns too hot. Your thoughts race faster than you can follow them. Irritability spikes when people can't keep up with you. Sometimes the energy tips into paranoia or delusions where reality blurs. Then the crash comes. The manic high collapses into depressive lows where all that energy drains away completely. You can barely get out of bed. Everything that felt possible now feels pointless. The contrast makes the depression even heavier because you remember what having energy felt like. Bipolar disorder exhausts you with its unpredictability. You never know which version of yourself will show up tomorrow. Relationships suffer because people can't keep up with the shifts. Plans fall apart during depressive episodes. Consequences from manic decisions haunt you later. This isn't having mood swings or changing your mind. Your brain chemistry swings between extremes without asking permission, and you're just trying to hold on through the ride. Panic disorder. Panic disorder makes your body sound a false alarm that feels like dying. Your brain's fear center, the amygdala, misfires and triggers a full survival response, even though there's no actual danger. A panic attack hits suddenly, often without warning. Your heart starts pounding so hard you're convinced it will explode. Your chest tightens, making it feel impossible to breathe. Sweat pours down your back, your hands go numb, and dizziness makes the room spin. You're certain something catastrophic is happening. Heart attack, stroke, loss of control, death. Every physical sensation feeds the terror, creating a feedback loop where fear makes symptoms worse and symptoms make fear stronger. The attack peaks within 10 minutes, then slowly fades, leaving you drained and shaken. But the real trap isn't the attack itself. After your first one, you develop a new fear, the fear of having another panic attack. You start avoiding places where you panicked before, grocery stores, highways, crowded rooms. You worry constantly about when the next attack will strike, which ironically makes attacks more likely because anxiety primes your body for panic. Your world shrinks as you eliminate situations where escape feels difficult. Some people stop leaving their house entirely. Panic disorder convinces you that your body is dangerous and unreliable. You're not afraid of the world anymore. You're afraid of yourself, of what your own nervous system might do without permission. The disorder doesn't just steal moments, it steals your sense of safety in your own skin. Social anxiety disorder. Social anxiety disorder transforms everyday interactions into performances where you're convinced you'll fail. Your brain treats social situations like threats, flooding your body with fear responses meant for actual danger. Walking into a room full of people feels like stepping onto a stage where everyone is watching, judging, waiting for you to mess up. Before you even speak, your mind floods with worst-case scenarios. What if you say something stupid? What if they think you're boring? What if your voice shakes or your face turns red? The fear becomes so intense that your body reacts physically. Your heart races, your hands tremble, sweat soaks through your shirt, and your voice comes out wrong, too quiet or too shaky. You're so focused on monitoring yourself that you can't think clearly, which makes you stumble over words, forget what you were saying, or go completely blank. After the interaction ends, your brain replays every moment, magnifying tiny mistakes into disasters. You convince yourself that everyone noticed, that they're talking about how awkward you were, that you've ruined their opinion of you forever. This isn't shyness or introversion. version. Shy people might feel nervous but can push through. Social anxiety hijacks your entire system, making escape feel like the only option. You start avoiding parties, presentations, phone calls, even necessary conversations. Opportunities disappear because the fear of judgment outweighs everything else. The disorder isolates you while convincing you that isolation is safer than risking humiliation. You're not antisocial, you're terrified of being seen. Eating disorders. Eating disorders hijack your relationship with food and twist it into a method of control. Anorexia restricts eating to dangerous levels, driven by an intense fear of gaining weight and a distorted view of your own body. You look in the mirror and see someone overweight even when you're dangerously thin. Every calorie becomes an enemy. Eating feels like failure and hunger feels like success. Your brain convinces you that controlling food is the one thing you can manage when everything else feels chaotic. Bulimia creates a different cycle. You eat large amounts in secret, feeling out of control, then purge through vomiting or excessive exercise to undo it. The shame is overwhelming, but the pattern repeats because the disorder promises relief that never actually comes. Both conditions destroy your body slowly. Your heart weakens, your bones become brittle, your hair falls out, and your organs struggle to function. But the physical damage hides behind the mental trap. Eating disorders aren't really about food or weight. They're about control, perfectionism, and trying to shrink yourself when the world feels too big. The disorder speaks in your own voice, disguising itself as logic and willpower. It tells you that eating is weakness, that thinness equals worth, that you're never small enough. Friends and family beg you to eat, but you can't just start because the disorder has convinced you that letting go means losing yourself. Recovery feels like giving up the only thing protecting you, even though that protection is killing you. Borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder makes your emotions feel like a storm you can't escape. Your brain struggles to regulate feelings, so emotions that others experience as waves hit you like tsunamis. Something small, a canceled plan or an unanswered text, can send you spiraling into despair or rage within seconds. You feel everything at maximum intensity with almost no middle ground. Relationships become battlegrounds because you're terrified of abandonment. You cling desperately to people, then push them away when the fear of losing them becomes unbearable. One moment someone is perfect, the next they're terrible, and you can't hold both truths at once. This black and white thinking extends to yourself too. You're either worthless or special, never just human. Your sense of identity shifts constantly. You mirror whoever you're with because you're not sure who you actually are underneath. Impulsivity strikes without warning. You might quit jobs suddenly, spend recklessly, drive dangerously, or lash out verbally just to release the pressure building inside. Self-harm sometimes becomes a way to feel something concrete when emotions become too abstract and overwhelming. People call you dramatic, manipulative, or unstable, but inside you're drowning. Every interaction feels life or death because your emotional system lacks the buffer that helps others stay balanced. You're not trying to cause chaos. Your brain genuinely experiences normal situations as crises. The exhaustion comes from living in constant emotional emergency mode, while everyone around you wonders why you can't just calm down. You want stability desperately, but your own mind keeps pulling the ground out from under you. Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia fractures how your brain processes reality. Neurotransmitters like dopamine misfire, causing your mind to create experiences that aren't actually happening while struggling to organize thoughts that are real. The disorder has two categories of symptoms. Positive symptoms add things that shouldn't be there. Hallucinations make you hear voices commenting on your actions, criticizing you, or giving commands. You might see people who don't exist or feel sensations on your skin that have no source. Delusions convince you of false beliefs that feel absolutely true. You might think the government is tracking you, that strangers are plotting against you, or that you have special powers. These aren't choices or imagination. Your brain genuinely perceives them as real. Negative symptoms subtract things that should be there. Emotions flatten until you can't feel joy or express feelings naturally. Motivation disappears, making basic tasks like showering or eating feel impossible. Speech becomes disorganized, jumping between unrelated topics, or you might stop talking altogether because forming coherent sentences requires energy you don't have. Movies show schizophrenia as violent and dangerous, but most people with this disorder are more likely to be victims than threats. The real danger is internal, the confusion and terror of not knowing what's real. You can't trust your own perceptions. Voices might tell you terrible things about yourself. Paranoia makes everyone feel like an enemy. Treatment helps many people manage symptoms, but schizophrenia remains one of the most misunderstood and stigmatized conditions, turning a medical disorder into a cultural nightmare. Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder fragments a person's identity into separate parts as a survival response to severe childhood trauma. When a child experiences abuse so overwhelming that their mind can't process it, the brain protects itself by compartmentalizing. Different identity states, often called alters, develop to hold specific memories, emotions, or roles that the main consciousness couldn't handle. These aren't imaginary friends or acting. They're distinct parts of one person's psyche that can have different ages, genders, memories, and ways of seeing the world. Switching between alters can happen without warning. You might lose time, finding yourself in places with no memory of how you got there. Friends mention conversations you don't remember having. Your handwriting changes, your preferences shift, and suddenly you're holding opinions or skills you didn't know you had. Some alters protect by holding anger, others comfort by staying childlike, and some contain the traumatic memories so the main identity can function day to day. Movies portray this disorder as dangerous or supernatural, but the reality is far more painful. You're not multiple people. You're one person whose mind shattered under pressure too great for a child to bear. The disorder creates internal chaos, where different parts might conflict, cooperate, or remain unaware of each other. Rebuilding a coherent sense of self requires years of therapy. The fragmentation that once protected you now makes daily life feel like navigating without a map, never fully sure who's in control or what memories are hiding just beneath the surface.
Mastering any physical skill, be it performing a pirouette, playing an instrument, or throwing a baseball, takes practice. Practice is the repetition of an action with the goal of improvement, and it helps us perform with more ease, speed, and confidence. So what does practice do in our brains to make us better at things? Our brains have two kinds of neural tissue, gray matter and white matter. The gray matter processes information in the brain, directing signals and sensory stimuli to nerve cells, while white matter is mostly made up of fatty tissue and nerve fibers. In order for our bodies to move, information needs to travel from the brain's gray matter down the spinal cord through a chain of nerve fibers called axons to our muscles. So how does practice or repetition affect the inner workings of our brains? The axons that exist in the white matter are wrapped with a fatty substance called myelin, and it's this myelin covering, or sheath, that seems to change with practice. Myelin is similar to insulation on electrical cables. It prevents energy loss from electrical signals that the brain uses, moving them more efficiently along neural pathways. Some recent studies in mice suggest that the repetition of a physical motion increases the layers of myelin sheath that insulates the axons. And the more layers, the greater the insulation around the axon chains, forming a sort of superhighway for information connecting your brain to your muscles. So while many athletes and performers attribute their successes to muscle memory, muscles themselves don't really have memory. Rather, it may be the myelination of neural pathways that give these athletes and performers their edge with faster and more efficient neural pathways. There are many theories that attempt to quantify the number of hours, days, and even years of practice that it takes to master a skill. While we don't yet have a magic number, we do know that mastery isn't simply about the amount of hours of practice. It's also the quality and effectiveness of that practice. Effective practice is consistent, intensely focused, and targets content or weaknesses that lie at the edge of one's current abilities. So if effective practice is the key, how can we get the most out of our practice time? Try these tips. Focus on the task at hand. Minimize potential distractions by turning off the computer or TV and putting your cell phone on airplane mode. In one study, researchers observed 260 students studying. On average, those students were able to stay on task for only 6 minutes at a time. Laptops, smartphones, and particularly Facebook were the root of most distractions. Start out slowly or in slow motion. Coordination is built with repetitions, whether correct or incorrect. If you gradually increase the speed of the quality repetitions, you have a better chance of doing them correctly. Next, frequent repetitions with allotted breaks are common practice habits of elite performers. Studies have shown that many top athletes, musicians, and dancers spend 50 to 60 hours per week on activities related to their craft. Many divide their time used for effective practice into multiple daily practice sessions of limited duration. And finally, practice in your brain in vivid detail. It's a bit surprising, but a number of studies suggest that once a physical motion has been established, it can be reinforced just by imagining it. In one study, 144 basketball players were divided into two groups. Group A physically practiced one-handed free throws, while Group B only mentally practiced them. When they were tested at the end of the 2-week experiment, the intermediate and experienced players in both groups had improved by nearly the same amount. As scientists get closer to unraveling the secrets of our brains, our understanding of effective practice will only improve. In the meantime, effective practice is the best way we have of pushing our individual limits, achieving new heights, and maximizing our potential.
Taxes. Picture this. Imagine you just had a hard month at work, slaving away flipping burgers at your local McDonald's. You're in bed when you get an email from them. It says you've been paid $2,000, but your bank account only gets $1,456. You scroll down the stub. Federal income tax, state tax, Social Security, Medicare. This is the modern ritual of giving away a chunk of your money to invisible forces, and they expect you to say thank you. Here's the deal. Taxes are the cost of civilization. You pay, the government builds roads, funds schools, makes sure your favorite taco truck isn't infested with rats, and sends billion-dollar missiles to places you've never been. But there are different types of taxes. Income tax, which hits the money you make. Sales tax, which hits the money you spend. Capital gains tax, which hits the money your investments made while you were asleep. The government takes a little bit of every dollar. Nearly everyone also pays Social Security tax and Medicare tax. Basically, Social Security tax is like the government forcing you to save for your retirement. They force you to save money now, and you get it paid back to you over time when you retire. Medicare, however, is a health insurance tax that goes to supporting older people or people with serious health issues. Now comes filing your taxes. Oh boy, the government knows how much you owe, but it makes you guess. How cool. If you're right, no worries. But if you're wrong, you're cooked. When it comes to actually paying taxes, some people pay every few months. Some people pay yearly. And then there's those people that don't pay at all and end up in documentaries. I get that taxes are annoying, but it's not all bad. Countries with higher tax rates generally have a higher quality of life all round. Banks. So, you walk into a bank, hand the cashier your money, they count it, smile, and tell you it will be added to your account. You walk out and think, great, now it's sitting in a vault somewhere, being guarded by a dragon. But in reality, that money's already gone. Most people think of banks like a big safe with only one job, guarding people's money. But in reality, they are just a middleman or a matchmaker for financial transactions. When you deposited that $1,000, the bank took $900 of it and gave it to someone who wants to buy a jet ski. That system is called fractional reserve banking, which basically relies on the idea that they only actually need to keep a fraction of the money on hand because not everyone is going to show up at the same time asking to withdraw 100% of their account. That is, unless it's 2008, of course, when people lined up to withdraw the entirety of their account, which caused the entire system to crumble. Banks make money by lending your money at a higher interest rate than they are giving you. That's really it. You're the supply of money, and the person borrowing is the demand. The banks entice you to deposit your money because of a few reasons. It's much easier and more convenient to spend on a card or transfer than carrying around cash all the time. They are literally paying you to hold your money with them in the form of interest. It is much safer to keep your money in a bank than in a shoebox in your room. In the US, most banks are insured up to $250,000 per person, meaning no matter what, the government assures you that your money, up to $250K, is safe. Interest. Imagine you borrow $1,000. You have to pay back $1,280. Why? Because of interest. Interest is money's way of charging rent to exist in someone else's hands. When you borrow, interest is the price tag for using someone else's cash. When you lend or save, interest is the reward for being patient and boring. There are two main types. Simple interest is like, here's a flat fee, thanks for playing. Compound interest is, every dollar I gave you now has clones, and they also want rent. Let's say you owe 20% interest on a credit card. You miss a payment. Now your interest is earning interest. Soon, your $12 burrito turns into a $50 regret. On the flip side, investing at 7% annual compound interest, that's your money duplicating itself like a cheat code. $100 becomes $200, then $400. Then one day you wake up and you're old, rich, and a little smug about it. This is why interest is the silent engine behind both wealth and debt. In loans, it's the slow burn that turns small mistakes into financial fires. In investments, it's the time bomb that turns small gains into massive wins. So what's the hack? If you're paying interest, kill it fast. If you're earning interest, let it sit, feed it, and give it time. Interest is either your worst enemy or your best unpaid employee. The choice is in who's collecting it. Inflation. Okay, so you bought a bag of chips. Open it up, and it looks like it's already been half eaten. You check what you paid, 30% higher than last time. Then you realize you've just been hit by inflation. Inflation is what happens when money slowly gets less valuable over time. Not overnight, not with fireworks, just a slow erosion. Your $5 bill, still technically $5, but it buys less instant noodles, less gas, and doesn't actually have as much value as it did before. So what actually causes it? Sometimes people just have too much money. Everyone's got cash, and they all want to spend it on the same stuff. Let's say 2,000 people want this $500 TV, but the business only has 1,000 TVs for sale. So the business goes, oh, everyone wants this TV? That'll be $800 now. Sometimes it's supply chains with hiccups or problems, making the cost of producing a good or service more expensive, meaning the cost of that good or service must rise. Or sometimes, just cause. Expectations can cause inflation. If people think prices are rising, they'll spend more now, driving prices up faster. It's a self-fulfilling economic prophecy. A little inflation is normal, even good. 2% a year? That's fine, predictable. But if it spikes, savings die, wages lag. The government tries to fight inflation when this occurs, by raising interest rates. When the government raises interest rates, people are paying more interest, or it's more expensive to get a loan, meaning they have less money to spend on things like TVs. This causes a reduction in the amount of spending, pretty much cooling off the economy. Recessions. A recession is when the economy decreases for at least 2 quarters or 6 months in simple terms. One day you're fine, you've got a job, bills are paid, you might even be planning a trip with the family, but suddenly there's layoffs, the stock market's only going down. In a recession, jobs vanish, companies cut costs, and everyone saves their money for necessities instead of buying things they don't need. Why does a recession happen? It could be a range of things. Could be high interest rates, making borrowing too expensive. Could be a global crisis, war, pandemic, rogue container ship. Could just be the economic cycle doing what it does best. Boom, peak, bust, reset. Think of the economy as a party. In the boom phase, everyone's dancing, drinks are flowing. But eventually, the lights flicker, reality hits, someone checks their bank account, and suddenly, the DJ's playing sad lo-fi beats about corporate downsizing. Recessions aren't forever, they're resets, painful ones. Governments might lower interest rates, send out stimulus, or just hope people start buying overpriced coffee again. Eventually, spending returns, businesses rebuild, growth resumes, but not without scars. Credit scores. A credit score is a shadowy algorithm that knows your name, your past, and how many times you paid your credit card late in college. A 3-digit number that decides whether you get a house, a car, or a soul-crushing 27% interest rate on your new TV. This number isn't about wealth. It's about trust. Lenders want to know, if I give this person money, will they actually pay me back? The score has a range from 300 to 850. Below 580, you're a walking red flag. Over 750, you're sparkling with adult credibility. Most people? Stuck somewhere between 640 and 790. How is a credit score calculated? Payment history. Do you pay on time? This is the big one. Credit utilization. How much credit are you using versus how much you could? Credit age. How long you've had accounts. Credit mix. Cards, loans, mortgages. Variety helps. New credit. Too many recent applications? All of these things are the ways it is calculated. But to actually increase your score, you have to make the required payments on each of your loans before you enter the late period. If you enter the late period, your score decreases. Your credit score is like a pet dog. Ignore it, and it poops all over your life. Take care of it, and someday it might help you buy a house. It's not about being good with money. It's about looking good to lenders. You can have 0 debt and still have a trash score if you don't have a credit history. So yes, the game is rigged. But if you learn the rules, you can rig it back. Currency, or money. The weird part about currency and or money is that it's actually not real. Humans have developed money in order to make the world better. Money makes trading easier, makes it easier to build systems and to organize society. In saying that, there is no more legitimacy between a dollar bill and a Bitcoin. People believe a dollar bill has more legitimacy, and maybe it does, for now, but only because people believe it does. The same can be said for a dollar bill and a stick. The only reason a dollar bill can buy something, and a stick cannot, is the fact that we as a society have agreed that a dollar bill is worth something, while a stick is not. So how does money actually work? Well, the government prints it, the central banks regulate it, and everyday people trade it in exchange for goods and or services. The reason the banks have to regulate it is because if the government prints too much, then inflation kicks in, and everyone's money becomes monopoly money. If the banks make it so there is too little money, no one can afford to live. Currency, or money, is a social construct built on a shared belief and trust. Investing. So you know what inflation is now, and the best way to combat inflation, so your money doesn't become less valuable, is investing. Investing is what happens when your money stops sitting around and starts working for you. Instead of trading your time for money, you're trading money for more money. The problem is there is risk involved. What can you actually buy? Stocks. Tiny ownership slices of companies. If the company grows, your slice becomes more valuable. Bonds. Basically, you loan money to a government or company, and they pay you back with interest. Funds. Collections of stocks and bonds so you don't have to play financial games one by one. Real estate. Property you hope someone else pays to live in. Forever. Of course, there are other things, but they are considered the main ones. Investing isn't about being lucky. It's about being early, diversified, and patient. Most wealthy people didn't win the lottery. They just gave compound growth 30 years to do its thing. And yes, investing comes with risk. Markets go up, markets go down. But the real danger isn't losing money. It's never investing and watching inflation quietly steal your future. Value. This one is more complex, but everyone should understand it. Imagine you pick up a rock. It's just a rock. Now imagine that rock is shiny and yellow. That's gold. It's rarer than an average rock, so there's a higher value placed on it. Gold is not actually worth more than the average rock, it's just worth more to humans because we place a higher value on it. Understanding this is what allows people to become rich. If you provide a lot of value, you will earn a lot of money. Steve Jobs created the iPhone you're most likely watching this on right now. He created something with a large amount of value, so millions of people gave him thousands of dollars for that bit of value. It's the same reason that doctors and lawyers earn so much money. The value they provide is large, and people are willing to pay a large amount of money for their service. Value is the same reason Gucci or Louis Vuitton can sell the same handbag as Target, but charge 100 times the price. People perceive it as more valuable, so it is. If you can figure out how to create value, even if it's not real value, you can make a lot of money. Time. Time is the most valuable asset in the world. And the best part? Almost everyone starts with a lot of it. You probably have a lot of it left. But no one gets an unlimited supply. Most people work jobs where time is traded directly for money. 1 hour, 1 paycheck. Simple math. The top earners have figured out how to make their time worth millions. And the difference isn't magic. It's skills, leverage, and how well you've trained your hours to work for you. But nowhere does time work harder than in investing. There is no greater force in wealth building. Not luck, not income, time. Because wealth isn't built in days, it's built in decades. Money that sits quietly in an investment doesn't just grow, it multiplies. Slowly at first, then faster. That's why ordinary people with modest paychecks can retire with 7 figures. They didn't beat the system, they used the system. A little money, invested consistently, given enough time, becomes a lot of money.
America is the richest and most powerful country in history. But America's rise to number 1 was actually quite unexpected. In fact, most of North America was ignored for more than 100 years after it was discovered. Here's a map that was made right before Christopher Columbus discovered America. The Vikings said they had discovered an island somewhere over here, but no one realized that it was actually a continent. So Columbus believed that he could find a trade route to Asia by sailing west. But actually he found some islands in the Caribbean Sea. Columbus didn't find the spices he was expecting, but he still believed that he was close to India. So he called the natives Indians, got some goodies, and took them back to the King and Queen of Spain.
Hey, your majesties, I just got back from Asia. Great, where are the spices? Well, we haven't found the spices yet, but they've got lots and lots of gold. Now you're talking, Columbus. Go back, tell them all to be Christians, and bring back that gold.
A few years before Columbus claimed the West Indies for Spain, the Portuguese had discovered that they could reach Asia by sailing around Africa. So Spain and Portugal drew a line right down the middle of the map, and they agreed that all the non-Christian lands on this side of the line would belong to Portugal, and everything on the other side would belong to Spain. So the Portuguese sailed to Asia and built a huge trading empire, and the Spanish got busy conquering their half of the world. All of the interesting parts of the Americas were down here, where there was lots of gold, silver, and people. So that's where the Spanish went. Actually, the Spanish also sent an expedition into North America in 1539, but they didn't find gold and silver, so they mostly ignored all these useless lands up here in North America. The English actually sent an explorer to North America while the Spanish were still exploring the islands in the Caribbean. That was 16 years before the Spanish discovered Florida. But after that, the English waited almost 100 years before they tried to colonize America. England's first colony was established at Roanoke, North Carolina in 1585. But the same year, England got busy fighting a war with Spain, and that colony mysteriously disappeared. So they tried again at Jamestown, and this time it worked. Next, the Pilgrims arrived in Plymouth. The Pilgrims were strict Christians who outlawed bad stuff like gambling and celebrating Christmas. Soon lots and lots of people were coming to America, and before long, the East Coast was covered with British colonies. Meanwhile, the French were busy claiming all of the land in the middle of North America. Now it's 1754, and it's time for a war to figure out who really owns what in America. New France has a population of about 60,000 people, so they team up with some Indian tribes to help them fight. That's why it's called the French and Indian War. The British colonies have a population of more than 1 million people, and they also team up with some Indian tribes. Who do you think won? That's right, the British beat the French. At the same time, there was also a big war back in Europe, and when it was over, it was time to redraw the map. France gave half of Louisiana to Spain before the war was over to make sure Britain didn't get it. Then, after the war, France had to give the other half of Louisiana to Britain. France also had to give Canada to Britain. Now Britain had lots of land in America, but Britain had also spent lots of money on the war, and now they needed money.
Hey, colonies, you know that expensive war we helped you win? Yeah, thanks for the help. Sure, no problem. By the way, we're going to start collecting lots and lots of taxes to pay for all the help we give you. What? You never help us. We're the ones who are always helping you. And how can you tax us if we don't get to vote?
The colonists weren't happy with the new taxes, and the disagreement turned into a fight, and from a fight into a revolution. On the 4th of July, 1776, the Americans declared their independence from Great Britain, and that was the beginning of the United States of America, right? Not quite. It would be 5 more years before the Americans won their War of Independence. And after they had won their freedom, they had a new problem. The government they had created was a complete mess. The 13 colonies had essentially become 13 independent countries that were only united in name. The new nation was failing, and it was failing fast. So the Founding Fathers wrote a new constitution and created an entirely new federal government that actually worked. The new constitution became official when 9 states had ratified it, and in 1789, George Washington was elected the first president of the United States. But the USA was only this big, and all the land over here belonged to Spain. So how did America get more land? Well, over in France, a guy named Napoleon seized power and started conquering Europe. Napoleon also wanted to build an empire in America, so he made a deal with Spain that would give Louisiana back to France. But the Americans needed to use the Mississippi River to send goods to and from other places, and they were afraid of what Napoleon might do if he controlled the river. So America asked France to sell New Orleans to them.
You know my plans for a great empire in North America. But now I must invade Britain. We can build our empire in America after we defeat the British. But if the Americans discover our plans for America, they will support Britain, which could be fatal. But if we sell Louisiana to the Americans, they will be our friends forever, and Britain will be ours. It would be foolish to sell our largest territory, and the Americans only want New Orleans. Enough! I've made up my mind. We will sell it all. The money will fund our war with Britain.
And so America bought Louisiana for $15 million. America had just doubled in size, and that was good because America's population was also almost doubling every 20 years. In those days, the average American family had 7 children, and all those kids needed some place to live. So lots of Americans moved west, where there was lots and lots of unclaimed land.
Does anyone own this land? Of course not. Great, because now it's mine. But these lands, my hunting grounds. That's not proper English. You're supposed to say, these lands were my hunting grounds.
In 1819, America bought Florida from Spain and agreed that this line right here would be the border between the United States and New Spain. Just 2 years later, Mexico won its independence from Spain, and America had a new neighbor. The northern territories of Mexico were sparsely populated and difficult to control, so the Mexican government invited Americans to settle in Texas. These settlers quickly outnumbered the Mexicans, and before long the Texans broke free from Mexico and created their own independent republic.
Yeehaw! We want to join the USA. Do you have slaves? Yes, we do, and we're proud of it. Sorry, we don't need any more slave states.
Hey guys, I'm president now, and this is ours. In 1845, the United States changed its mind and let the Republic of Texas join the Union. Disputes over the border of Texas led to a war with Mexico. At the end of the war, the United States paid Mexico $15 million and took the northern parts of Mexico that President Polk wanted. Just 5 years later, the United States also bought another piece of land from Mexico for $10 million. Meanwhile, the British agreed to let the Americans have all of the Oregon Territory below this line, as long as the British could have everything above the line. And so, in just 50 years of great luck and one ugly war with Mexico, America now stretched from sea to sea. And now there was nowhere left to expand, unless...
Hello, Uncle Sam. I found an island in the middle of the ocean. Can I claim it for the U.S.? We might need that for World War II. Does anyone live there? No, sir. Is it covered in bird droppings? Yes, sir. Congratulations, son. You're standing on U.S. soil. Actually, sir, I wouldn't call this soil.
By the way, the Guano Island Act is still a law, so if you're tired of paying way too much for rent, go find yourself an island to occupy. Wow, everything is great. Right after the Americans got California, word spread that gold had been discovered, and lots of people rushed to California to help dig up the gold. Up in the Oregon Territory, there was lots of free farmland. America was thriving and there was peace on all sides. But there was a big problem on the inside, and that was the problem of slavery. In northern states, slavery was illegal, and many considered it to be a great evil that must be stopped. In the South, slavery was an important part of the economy. The Americans had been arguing about slavery for decades, but everything came to a head when Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860. Many people in the South believed that Lincoln would abolish slavery, so most of the slave states separated from the United States and made their own country. That led to a big civil war. Lots of people died, the North won, the slaves were freed, and the United States was united again.
I'm sorry to hear about the assassination of President Lincoln. Yeah, another assassin tried to kill me on the same night, but I survived the stabbing. That's terrible. I mean, it's terrible that you were stabbed, but I'm glad that you survived. By the way, the Tsar wants America to have Alaska. How much can you pay for it? I think we could do $5 million, maybe $5.5 million, but not more. How about $7 million? Sure. Great. I have approval for $7 million. We can make the treaty tomorrow. Can we do it tonight? I should have asked for more money.
Great. Now America has another huge chunk of land. Now it just needs a few tropical islands. Hey, look at that! Some American businessmen have taken control of the Hawaiian Islands, and they're asking the United States to annex them. But the President of the United States said no. He believed that America must be a just and law-abiding nation that never misuses its great power to take advantage of the weak. But others feared that if America didn't get involved in the affairs of Hawaii, another great power like Germany or Japan would come and take the islands and use them as a base to attack America in a future war. Should America mind its own business, or should it mind its own interests? America's policy of staying out of other nations' conflicts was about to be tested because something was brewing in Cuba, and it wasn't coffee. Cuba was in the middle of a war for independence. Almost all of Spain's other colonies had already won their independence from Spain after the American and French revolutions. But Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines were still colonies of Spain. The Cuban War for Independence was constantly in American newspapers, and most Americans sympathized with the revolutionaries. In 1898, after an American warship sank in a mysterious explosion, the US told Spain to leave Cuba or else. Spain responded by declaring war on the United States. Then the US quickly captured Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, effectively bringing an end to what remained of the Spanish Empire that Christopher Columbus had begun. During the Spanish-American War, the US also annexed Hawaii, which was becoming an important naval base. After the war, the president was shot, and so the young and energetic Theodore Roosevelt unexpectedly became president.
Hey, Columbia, we want to build a canal right here. Sure, just pay us $10 million. It's a deal. Actually, we changed our mind. You can't build a canal. What? But we made a deal. Sorry. Hey, Panama, welcome to the Club of Countries. We want to build a canal right here. Sure, go ahead.
While Roosevelt was president, he built up the second largest navy in the world and used this powerful navy to influence global politics. The Americans finished building the Panama Canal in 1914, allowing the powerful U.S. Navy to quickly move between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. America had become a world power, and World War I had just begun. If you want me to make more videos like this, please subscribe to let me know, and be sure to watch the next video right here. If you want to learn more about American history, I'll leave notes and clarifications in the description. See you next time.
What keeps us healthy and happy as we go through life? If you were going to invest now in your future best self, where would you put your time and your energy? There was a recent survey of millennials asking them what their most important life goals were. And over 80% said that a major life goal for them was to get rich. And another 50% of those same young adults said that another major life goal was to become famous. And we're constantly told to lean into work, to push harder and achieve more. We're given the impression that these are the things that we need to go after in order to have a good life. Pictures of entire lives, of the choices that people make and how those choices work out for them, those pictures are almost impossible to get. Most of what we know about human life, we know from asking people to remember the past. And as we know, hindsight is anything but 20/20. We forget vast amounts of what happens to us in life, and sometimes memory is downright creative. But what if we could watch entire lives as they unfold through time? What if we could study people from the time that they were teenagers all the way into old age to see what really keeps people happy and healthy? We did that. The Harvard study of adult development may be the longest study of adult life that's ever been done. For 75 years, we've tracked the lives of 724 men. Year after year, asking about their work, their home lives, their health, and of course, asking all along the way without knowing how their life stories were going to turn out. Studies like this are exceedingly rare. Almost all projects of this kind fall apart within a decade because too many people drop out of the study, or funding for the research dries up, or the researchers get distracted, or they die, and nobody moves the ball further down the field. But through a combination of luck and the persistence of several generations of researchers, this study has survived. About 60 of our original 724 men are still alive, still participating in the study, most of them in their 90s. And we are now beginning to study the more than 2,000 children of these men. And I'm the fourth director of the study. Since 1938, we've tracked the lives of two groups of men. The first group started in the study when they were sophomores at Harvard College. They all finished college during World War II, and then most went off to serve in the war. And the second group that we've followed was a group of boys from Boston's poorest neighborhoods. Boys who were chosen for the study specifically because they were from some of the most troubled and disadvantaged families in the Boston of the 1930s. Most lived in tenements, many without hot and cold running water. When they entered the study, all of these teenagers were interviewed, they were given medical exams. We went to their homes and we interviewed their parents. And then these teenagers grew up into adults who entered all walks of life. They became factory workers and lawyers and bricklayers and doctors, one president of the United States. Some developed alcoholism. A few developed schizophrenia. Some climbed the social ladder from the bottom all the way to the very top. And some made that journey in the opposite direction. The founders of this study would never in their wildest dreams have imagined that I would be standing here today, 75 years later, telling you that the study still continues. Every 2 years, our patient and dedicated research staff calls up our men and asks them if we can send them yet one more set of questions about their lives. Many of the inner city Boston men ask us, "Why do you keep wanting to study me? My life just isn't that interesting." The Harvard men never asked that question. To get the clearest picture of these lives, we don't just send them questionnaires. We interview them in their living rooms. We get their medical records from their doctors. We draw their blood. We scan their brains. We talk to their children. We videotape them talking with their wives about their deepest concerns. And when about a decade ago we finally asked the wives if they would join us as members of the study, many of the women said, "You know, it's about time." So what have we learned? What are the lessons that come from the tens of thousands of pages of information that we've generated on these lives? Well, the lessons aren't about wealth or fame or working harder and harder. The clearest message that we get from this 75-year study is this: good relationships keep us happier and healthier. Period. We've learned 3 big lessons about relationships. The first is that social connections are really good for us and that loneliness kills. It turns out that people who are more socially connected to family, to friends, to community are happier, they're physically healthier, and they live longer than people who are less well connected. And the experience of loneliness turns out to be toxic. People who are more isolated than they want to be from others find that they are less happy, their health declines earlier in midlife, their brain functioning declines sooner, and they live shorter lives than people who are not lonely. And the sad fact is that at any given time, more than 1 in 5 Americans will report that they're lonely. And we know that you can be lonely in a crowd and you can be lonely in a marriage. So the second big lesson that we learned is that it's not just the number of friends you have, and it's not whether or not you're in a committed relationship, but it's the quality of your close relationships that matters. It turns out that living in the midst of conflict is really bad for our health. High conflict marriages, for example, without much affection, turn out to be very bad for our health, perhaps worse than getting divorced. And living in the midst of good, warm relationships is protective. Once we had followed our men all the way into their 80s, we wanted to look back at them at midlife and to see if we could predict who was going to grow into a happy, healthy octogenarian and who wasn't. And when we gathered together everything we knew about them at age 50, it wasn't their middle-aged cholesterol levels that predicted how they were going to grow old. It was how satisfied they were in their relationships. The people who were the most satisfied in their relationships at age 50 were the healthiest at age 80. And good, close relationships seem to buffer us from some of the slings and arrows of getting old. Our most happily partnered men and women reported in their 80s that on the days when they had more physical pain, their moods stayed just as happy. But the people who were in unhappy relationships, on the days when they reported more physical pain, it was magnified by more emotional pain. And the third big lesson that we learn about relationships and our health is that good relationships don't just protect our bodies, they protect our brains. It turns out that being in a securely attached relationship to another person in your 80s is protective. That the people who are in relationships where they really feel they can count on the other person in times of need, those people's memories stay sharper longer. And the people in relationships where they feel they really can't count on the other one, those are the people who experience earlier memory decline. And those good relationships, they don't have to be smooth all the time. Some of our octogenarian couples could bicker with each other day in and day out. But as long as they felt that they could really count on the other when the going got tough, those arguments didn't take a toll on their memories. So, this message that good, close relationships are good for our health and well-being, this is wisdom that's as old as the hills. Why is this so hard to get and so easy to ignore? Well, we're human. What we'd really like is a quick fix, something we can get that'll make our lives good and keep them that way. Relationships are messy and they're complicated, and the hard work of tending to family and friends, that's not sexy or glamorous. It's also lifelong. It never ends. The people in our 75-year study who were the happiest in retirement were the people who had actively worked to replace workmates with new playmates. Just like the millennials in that recent survey, many of our men, when they were starting out as young adults, really believed that fame and wealth and high achievement were what they needed to go after to have a good life. But over and over these 75 years, our study has shown that the people who fared the best were the people who leaned into relationships with family, with friends, with community. So what about you? Let's say you're 25, or you're 40, or you're 60. What might leaning into relationships even look like? Well, the possibilities are practically endless. It might be something as simple as replacing screen time with people time, or livening up a stale relationship by doing something new together, long walks or date nights, or reaching out to that family member who you haven't spoken to in years, because those all too common family feuds take a terrible toll on the people who hold the grudges. I'd like to close with a quote from Mark Twain. More than a century ago, he was looking back on his life, and he wrote this: "There isn't time, so brief is life, for bickerings, apologies, heartburnings, callings to account. There is only time for loving, and but an instant, so to speak, for that. The good life is built with good relationships." Thank you.
In this video, I'll be rating the craziest fast food items in Japan, including this creme brulee donut from Krispy Kreme, this cheesy volcano pizza from Domino's, and these spicy garlic chicken nuggets from McDonald's. But we're starting here at the Starbucks Reserve Roastery, one of the biggest Starbucks in the entire world. Wow. Oh my God, this place is insane. Oh, he pushed on the door. This place doesn't feel like a Starbucks. It literally looks like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, but for coffee. We spent a lot of money ordering all the most popular items on the menu. Drink or food first? Yeah, I want to try this one. The espresso tonic. One of the most unique drinks I've ever seen being made, by the way. It's got tonic, espresso, and then that orange on the top. How to drink? Just like this? You asking me how to drink it? Yeah. Only taste this coffee, not this. I don't like this. So what would you give it as a rating? 2? It looks really good, but really bitter. This is the Cinema Cappuccino. It's supposed to be reminiscent of all the flavors in a movie theater. It's got buttered popcorn flavor in it, and then it's got caramel popcorn on top. Oh, smell. Wow, Disneyland. Disneyland? It smells like the holidays. It smells like buttered popcorn. Very sweet. It's like a melted Frappuccino. It's a little bit sweeter than a regular iced latte.
I like this.
Rating, 9 out of 10. Next up, a raspberry chocolate croissant. Good?
Good.
What's the rating?
7.
7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Would you order this again?
Maybe not.
This one here I think looks beautiful, but it's very light. Like there's not very much weight to it.
Oh wow.
Very light.
Light, yeah.
Ooh. It's like Italy.
Italy.
In Japan, but the bread is no good. 4.7 out of 10. Let's go. So one cool thing about this area is that it has Burger King, Domino's, Wendy's, McDonald's. Everything is in one place.
McDonald's in Japan is crazy.
So let's save McDonald's for last if it's crazy. Now we're headed to a Japanese Subway. They got glizzies here.
What's a glizzy?
Glizzy, it's a hot dog.
A hot dog? Oh, same meaning.
Yeah.
Let's take glizzy.
Let's take a glizzy.
Wait, what is that? Gosh. Pizza.
They have pizza at Subway? 1 cheese curry pizza.
Can I get 1 glizzy?
And then 1 shrimp sandwich. Oh my God, what is that?
I think it's pizza.
That's the pizza?
Yeah.
Yo, what the is going on right now? This is not a pizza. Part of me doesn't even want to eat the pizza, but I'm too curious not to try. But let's start off with the hot dog. That's actually really good.
Wow.
I'm going in for another bite.
Wow, like a greasy gabra.
Where did you learn that?
In school.
You learned that in school?
Yeah.
This is an 8.7 out of 10. This is fantastic. Let's move on to the shrimp. Now this actually looks kind of interesting. The shrimp does not look high quality. What is the sauce in this?
It's a wasabi soy sauce. Good.
You like it?
Yeah.
What's the rating?
6.
Okay. Well, I unfortunately don't think this is gonna be as high as that. The pizza.
Looks good.
No, it doesn't. All right.
What?
It's like a 9.4. This has a little of everything. It's creamy from the guacamole. It's spicy from that sauce in there. There's chicken, there's melty cheese. It's really good. I really wanted to hate it, Bayashi. What's the rating?
It's good. Better than this, so it's 7.
Let's finish with this cream soda float. Tastes like cotton candy. It tastes like childhood.
Oh.
I might give that a 7.7 out of 10. The only cooler thing would be if this was flavored wasabi. If there's one thing Japan does right, it's convenience stores.
I love 7-Eleven.
They have crazy items in 7-Eleven Japan. You can literally buy anything from imitation crab to crazy unique snacks like this one, all the way to giant bags of rice and high quality sushi. My favorite thing is the onigiri. It's like eating sushi, but you can just walk around with it.
And this one too, sushi roll.
You can also grab some coffee here and pour it over ice. They have the nicest looking ice cream.
It's like emoji.
How do you not just live here? The coolest thing about these actually is how you open them. Can you show us?
Sure. The first is number 1 pour.
Okay.
Like this.
Wow.
Like this.
Whoa.
This.
No way.
And rolling.
No way.
This is perfect.
You never had to touch the rice directly.
Yes. Next, number 1, pour down. Number 2, pour. Number 3.
No.
Just like this.
Way. This is so cool. And that's it.
That's it.
I love
It's
Japan.
amazing. That's good.
The seaweed is crispy every time. You can see inside I have that beautiful creamy mayo tuna. This is a 10 out of 10. So for this one, they sell this prepackaged ice. Open it up. You got it, Bayashi, or?
Yeah.
Now pour. And look at that, up to the perfect level. And just like that, you have this amazing, fresh, cheap iced latte.
This is good. 7 out of 10.
The next place is the most famous place to get donuts and pastries in all of Japan. Mr. Donut.
Yes, we call Misudo.
Wow. All this stuff looks so good. Arigatou gozaimasu. First up, we got this old-fashioned donut. I'll take the small piece, you take the big one. Okay? Wow.
I like this piece.
The flavor of the donut is really good.
Basic, yes.
Good, but it's basic. And what will you rate it?
6 out of 10. This is pondeling.
Mochi donut. So this should be different than a normal donut. Really soft and chewy. Whoa. So they use tapioca flour to make this instead of regular flour. It's like eating mochi. I give this a 9.2 out of 10. I can't believe they have a churro at this donut place. It smells a little like artificial strawberry, but it smells like strawberry. Really buttery. Tastes like strawberry yogurt, right?
Right.
What would you give this?
5.
Before we keep going, let's have the final donut. It's this little chocolate black heart, and on the inside, it's got a bunch more chocolate and some sort of hazelnut, looks like cream in the middle with some chocolate bar. Really unique. It looks a little weird.
What are you doing? Please don't teabag me.
Wow, guys, this is my favorite one. Tastes a little bit like Nutella in the middle.
This has a lot of flavor.
A lot of flavor. Maybe an 8.6 out of 10. One thing I love about this Burger King location here is that because we're in Japan, just look at the other restaurants that are surrounding it right here. American smoky chicken. You can't even get this in America.
You can't?
No. What's your favorite thing?
Oh my god,
I also got to try these. She helped us pick out a few more dishes and we walked away with a massive tray of food. Should we start with the Great White?
Yes. This looks so good. Wow.
This is amazing.
I love it.
It's really smoky. It's got a lot of mayonnaise and cheese. This is maybe a 9.6. Next one. Ooh. Coming in hot with maybe the best looking hot dog I've ever seen in my life.
Perfect.
Whose is better, Subway's or Burger King?
This one is better.
What's the rating out of 10?
8.
Next up, we got the chili cheese fries.
The chili looks really good.
Oh my god.
This is good.
Burger King is my favorite meal of the day so far, Bayashi.
Me too.
This is very, very close to a 10 for me. I'm gonna say this is a 9.73. Next up, something I'm extremely excited to try. These nuggets that also apparently are supposed to have some cheese inside.
Cheers. Crispy, but taste is a little weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know how to feel about this one. It's like a nacho cheese chicken nugget. It doesn't taste bad, but I probably wouldn't order it again. What's the rating?
3.
To finish, we have these American wings. The flavor is fantastic. Oh, you just ate that so fast.
This is good.
I'm the glizzy gobbler. You're the wing warrior.
Okay, I am.
8.65. Great job, Burger King.
KFC, yeah.
What is this? Online order.
All right, yes.
And you pick it up in the window?
Right.
Wow. Filet burger drowning in cheese. What the hell? That's the funniest name I've ever seen for a fast food item. Our first thing here is this shrimp pie. But the coolest thing to me is look what they did with this pack of tartar sauce here. Do they always do this, Bayashi?
Yes.
What?
It's not special.
These things look crazy. I don't know what they are, but they are extremely, extremely flaky and crispy. A little bit of tartar sauce. It's definitely shrimpy. You can see the inside is sort of pink. I'm guessing they use artificial color. It's really crispy, but it's not my favorite. I would say 5.3 out of 10.
Now we have cheese pie.
Very, very flaky. Oh, that does not look good inside.
It's not melting.
Kind of looks like a Cheez-It.
Yeah.
It kind of tastes like a Cheez-It.
5 out of 10, I think.
This is the burger that is supposedly drowning in cheese. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Is that cheese?
I hope so. It's cheese, but the flavor is very weak.
Let's finish things off here with the chicken.
Look at this. This is not crispy, very soft.
Yeah, you're right. It's like soggy. The flavor is really good.
Yes.
But you're right. There's no crunch.
But taste is good, right?
Yeah. All right, let's go. I want to get to McDonald's soon. After the KFC, I've got a bit of a sweet tooth again.
Okay.
More donuts. I know which one I want to try.
This one.
No.
This one.
Yes. I mean, look at that color on there.
And crispy. I want to get the heart.
Oh my God. This is not good. This is really, really good. The actual custard is inside the donut.
This taste is not special. This is special. 9.5.
I did some research online about Domino's here.
This is my first time.
First time?
Yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
Could we do one cheese volcano? Yeah, that looks so cool, doesn't it? Before we try our cheese volcano pizza, I figured we'd try a rice bowl because we're in Japan. This right here will hopefully give us a nice cheese bowl. Let's see. Oh.
Looks good.
Wow.
Good.
It's like Chipotle.
Chipotle?
You never heard of Chipotle?
No.
I will say the rice is a little sticky, but I still like the creativity of this, so I'm gonna give it a 6.4. Now it's time.
Yeah.
Ready?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Oh, that is not good.
Pineapple. I don't like it.
Oh, wait, the only problem is you can't pull it off. Like it's connected to the volcano. It's in the bowl. Oh, get some cheese. Oh.
You don't like it?
You like it?
I like it, but I know the taste is not the pizza.
It's too
much cheese. Yes, but I like it. It's 5.5.
The final stop.
Okay, McDonald's. I'm loving it.
How are you?
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Nick. Oh, how'd you know that?
I always look at your YouTube
You
channel.
do?
Yeah.
No way. Thank you so much.
Also your MasterChef season.
You did?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. I feel like we ordered a lot of items and this is the only thing that we got.
That's it?
It's all in here.
Small.
Let's see. Oh,
Oh, shaka shaka chicken.
yeah. You tell us how to do this.
I think you have a cheese powder. Powder open.
You pour it in.
And time to shaka shaka.
Okay.
Please. We dance. Shaka shaka. Yes, together. Yes. And finish.
Tastes like Doritos chicken. 10 out of 10?
No, not 10 out of 10. 8.
8?
8, yeah.
Okay, next one. We got our first burger. Look at the pattern on the bottom bun here. I've never seen anything like that. This one is the Godzilla burger, and it looks really good. I don't like that.
Really?
It tastes like a bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich with sausage. Not very good.
No good, yeah.
Maybe like a 2.5 out of 10.
I agree.
I love the name of this one.
Samurai mark.
That's a really nice looking burger, and it's got the slit right through the middle like a samurai cut it. Oh, it's good.
I like this one.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's kind of Japanese taste.
Yeah.
I love it.
So maybe high rating.
8.
Let's finish with this spicy garlic chicken McNuggets. Whoa, that does not look like what I thought it would look like. It's got a lot of black pepper on it. There's specks everywhere on this thing. What does this say?
Cheer up.
So if you're ever sad, you can come and get these?
Wait, I want to make sure.
Are you using Google Translate for your own language?
It's kind of slang.
Give yourself up.
It's a no. It's like good luck. Spicy. It's good.
Before we end the video, I have one more idea.
Okay.
All day long, we pass these Japanese claw machines, so I wanted to give one a try. I'm very good at this. After more than 20 failed attempts, just when it seemed like it might be impossible, we won a giant stuffed animal. Go subscribe.
Japan is an island by the sea filled with volcanoes and it's beautiful. In the year -1 billion, Japan might not have been here. In the year -40,000, it was here, and you could walk to it, and some people walked to it. Then it got warmer, some icebergs melted, it became an island, and now there's lots of trees, because it's warmer. So now there's people on the island, they're basically sort of hanging out in between the mountains, eating nuts off trees, and using the latest technology, like stones and bowls. Ding dong, it's the outside world, and they have technology from the future, like really good metal and crazy rice farms. Now you can make a lot of rice really, really quickly. That means if you own the farm, you own a lot of food, which is something everybody needs to survive. So that makes you king. Rice farming and rice kingdoms spread across the land, all the way to here. The most important kingdoms were here, 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 and here. But this one was the most important, ruled by a heavenly superperson, or emperor for short. Knock knock, get the door, it's religion. The new prince wants everyone to try this hot new religion from Biekt. Please try this religion, he said. No, said everybody. Try it, he said. No, said everybody again, quieter this time. And so the religion was put into place, and all the rules that came with it. Then the government was taken over by another clique, and they made some reforms, like making the government govern more, and making the government more like China's government, which is a government that governs more. Hi, China, they said. Hi, dipshit, said China. Can you call us something else other than dipshit, said Japan. Like what, said China. How about Sunrise Land, said Japan. And they stole China's alphabet and wrote a book about themselves. And then they made lots of poetry and art and another book about themselves. Then they stopped moving the capital every time the emperor died and kept it in one place for a while, right here. And they conquered the north finally. Get that squared away. A rich hipster named Kukai is bored with modern Buddhism, visits China, and learns a better version, which is more spiritual. Comes back, reinvents the alphabet, and causes art and literature to be great for a long time. And the royal palace turned into such a dream world of art that they really didn't give a shit about running the country. So if you live outside the palace, how are you supposed to protect your shit from criminals? Hire a samurai. Everyone started hiring samurai. Rich, important people hired samurai. Poor people who could not afford to hire samurai did not hire samurai. The samurai became organized and powerful, more powerful than the government. So they made their own military government, here. They let the emperor still be emperor, but the shogun is actually in control. Breaking news, the Mongols have invaded China.
We've invaded China,
said the Mongols.
Please respect us, or else we might invade you as well.
Okay, said Japan. So the Mongols came over, ready for war, and died in a tornado. But they tried again, and had a nice time fighting with the Japanese, but then died in a tornado. Then the emperor overthrows the shogunate. Then the shogunate overthrows him back and moves to Kyoto and makes a new shogunate. And the emperor can still dress like an emperor if he wants, that's fine. Now there's more art. Like painting with less colors, collaborative poetry, plays, monkey fun, tea parties, gardening, architecture, flowers. It's time for who's going to be the next shogun. Usually it's the shogun's kid, but the shogun doesn't have a kid. So he tries to get his brother to quit being a monk and be the next shogun. He says okay, but then the shogun has a kid. So now who's it going to be? Vote now on your phones. And everyone voted so hard that the palace caught on fire and burned down. The shogun actually didn't care. He was off somewhere doing poetry. And the whole country broke into pieces. Everyone is fighting with each other for local power, and it's anybody's game. Knock knock, it's Europe. No, they're not here to take over. They just want to sell some shit, like clocks, and guns, and Jesus. So that's cool, but everyone's still fighting each other for control, now with guns. And wouldn't it be nice to control the capital, which right now is puppets, with no one controlling them? This clan is ready to make a run for it, but first they have to trample this smaller clan, which is in the way. Surprise, the smaller clan wins, and the leader of that clan steals the idea of invading the capital and invades the capital, and it goes very well. He's about halfway through conquering Japan when someone who works for him kills him, and then someone else who works for him kills them, and that guy finishes conquering Japan. And then he confiscated everybody's swords, and made some rules. And now I'm going to invade Korea, and then hopefully China, he said, and failed, and also died. But before he died, he told these 5 guys to take care of his 5-year-old son until he's old enough to be the next ruler of Japan. And the 5 guys said, yeah, right, it's not going to be this kid, it's going to be one of us, because we're grown-ups. And it's probably going to be this guy, who happens to be way more rich and powerful than the others. A lot of people support him, but a lot of people support not supporting him. They have a fight, and he wins, and starts a new government, right here. And he still lets the emperor dress like an emperor, and have very nice things. But don't get confused, this is the new government, and they are very strict. So strict they closed the country. No one can leave, and no one can come in. Except for the Dutch, if they want to buy and sell shit, but they have to do it right here. Now that the entire country was not at war with itself, the population increased a lot. Business increased, schools were built, roads were built, everyone learned to read, books were published, there was poetry, plays, sexy times, puppet shows, and Dutch studies. People started to study European science from books they bought from the Dutch. We're talking geography, skeletons, physics, chemistry, astronomy, and maybe even electricity. Over time, the economic and cultural prosperity began to gradually slow down. Knock knock. It's the United States, with huge boats, with guns. Gunboats. Open the country. Stop having it be closed, said the United States. There's really nothing they could do, so they signed a contract that lets the United States, Britain, and Russia visit Japan anytime they want. Choshu and Satsuma hated this. That sucks, they said. This sucks. And with almost very little outside help, they overthrew the shogunate and somehow made the emperor again and moved him to Edo, which they renamed Eastern Capital. They made a new government, which was a lot more Western. They made a new constitution that was pretty Western, and a military that was pretty Western. And do you know what else is Western? That's right, it's conquering stuff. So what can we conquer? Korea. They conquer Korea, taking it from its previous owner, China, and then go a little bit further. And Russia rushes in out of nowhere and says, stop, no, you can't take that. We were going to build a railroad through here to try to get some warm water. And Russia builds their railroad, supervised by a shit ton of soldiers. And then when the railroad was done, they downgraded to a fuck ton. Did I say downgrade? I meant upgrade. And Japan says, can you maybe chill? And Russia says, how about maybe you chill? Japan is kind of scared of Russia. You'll never guess who's also kind of scared of Russia. Great Britain. So Japan and Great Britain make an alliance together so they can be a little less scared of Russia. Feeling confident, Japan goes to war against Russia, just for a moment, and then they both get tired and stop. It's time for World War I. The world is about to have a war, because it's the 1900s and weapons are getting crazy, and all these empires are excited to try them out on each other. Meanwhile, Japan has been enjoying conquering stuff and wants more. And the next thing on their list is this part of China and lots of tiny islands. All that stuff belongs to Germany, which just had war declared on it by Britain because Britain was friends with Belgium, which was being trespassed by Germany in order to get to France to kick France's ass because France is friends with Russia, who was getting ready to kick Austria's ass because Austria was getting ready to kick Serbia's ass because someone from Serbia shot the leader of Austria's ass. Or actually shot him in the head. And Britain is currently friends with Japan, so you know what that means. Duh, Japan should take the islands. Which they wanted to do anyway, so they called Britain on the telly to sort of let them know. And then they did it. And they also helped Britain a little here and there with some errands and stuff. Now the war is over, and congratulations, Japan, you technically fought in the war, which means you get to sit at the negotiating table with the big dudes, where they decided who owns what. And yes, Japan gets to keep all that shit they stole from Germany. You also get to join the post-war mega-alliance, the League of Nations, whose mission statement is to try not to take over the world. The Great Depression is bad, and Japan's economy is now crappy, but the military is doing just fine, and it invades Manchuria. In the League of Nations, it's like, no, don't do that. If you're in the League of Nations, you're not supposed to take over the world. And Japan said, how about I do anyway? and Japan invaded more and more and more and more of China, and was planning to invade the entire East.
You've got mail.
It's from Germany, the new leader of Germany. He has a cool mustache and he's trying to take over the world and needs friends. This also got forwarded to Italy. They all decided to be friends because they had so much in common. It's time for World War II. Germany is invading the neighbors. Then they invade the neighbors' neighbors. Then the neighbors' neighbors' neighbors, who happened to be Britain, said, holy shit. And the United States started helping Britain because they are good friends, and started not helping Japan because they're friends and our friends are not friends. Plus they're planning on invading the entire ocean. The United States is also working on a large, very huge bomb, bigger than any other bomb, ever, just in case. But they still haven't joined the war. War looks bad on TV, and the United States is really starting to care about their image. But then Japan spits on them in Hawaii and challenges them to war. And they say yes. And then Germany, as a symbol of friendship, declares war on the United States also. So the United States goes to war in Europe, and they help the gang chase Germany back into Germany. And they also start chasing Japan back into Japan. And they haven't used the bomb yet and are curious to see if it works, so they drop it on Japan. They actually dropped 2. The United States installed a new government, inspired by the United States government, with just the right ingredients for a post-war economic miracle. And Japan starts making TVs, VCRs, automobiles, and camcorders as fast as they can, and also better than everybody else. They get rich, and the economy goes wild, and then the miracle wears off. But everything's still pretty cool, I guess. Bye!
In 2003, professional boxer and heavyweight champion Mike Tyson filed for bankruptcy with $30 million in debt, despite accumulating over $300 million during the course of his career, which poses a great question about money itself. Because a great deal of our actions or our motivations in life have an underlying desire or need to acquire it. But what's the point in acquiring it if the great issue seems to be with our ability to manage it?
Americans now have the highest credit card debt in history. Translation: you didn't learn anything!
Debt is an invisible burden being carried by the country's most vulnerable.
Of course, these statistics are reflective of the UK and the US. But consider for a moment your own attitude towards money and how money exists in your own life. What is money to you? Does it seem to enter your life and immediately leave once you have it? Has it ever placed you in a vulnerable position? A vulnerability that drew you closer to a get-rich-quick scheme or a guru telling you that you can get rich if you just bought their course? Whilst my entire channel aims to tackle these topics to some degree or another, I realize that our perceptions of money are sometimes more crucial than our ability to generate it, especially when our very brains are wired in such a way that prevents us from being financially sensible. Does it really matter if you're earning more than 6 figures a year if by the end of that year you have nothing left to show for it? Where is the disconnect? It's time we solved that mystery. And not only that, but explore a better framework for understanding money, a framework commonly taught in personal finance but oftentimes missed in formal education. A question. What is money? Or rather, what does money represent? When you make a purchase from Amazon, when you're paid for your time working at a job, what is the significance of money in these transactions? Money is commonly defined as a medium of exchange, an instrument that facilitates the sale, purchase, or trade of goods between parties. But I don't think this says much about what money actually represents. I think a better way of looking at money is an expression of value. You hand over a certain amount of money to purchase something because you perceive its value to be equivalent to the amount of money that you handed over. Of course, the price is often not determined by you as an individual, but the market as a whole. But hone in on this one point. Money equals value. Why is that so important? Because often we give money a moral significance.
Quote that I'm sure you've heard: money is the root of all evil.
We look at someone who seems to have a large amount of wealth and think, they got lucky. Who did they take advantage of to get to that position? Who had to lose in order for them to gain? And never
what value was created in order to generate that money. Understanding that money is simply value is the best way to understanding that money is not necessarily evil, nor does it make a person evil. Sure, there are things such as scammers who convince you that what they have to sell is worth value, but that doesn't say much about money more so than it does their own morals. Money simply opens your options and broadens your horizons. The choices you make with that money have everything to do with your own moral dispositions. So, money is an expression of value. Now what? How does this change the reality of a person living paycheck to paycheck or someone who is consumed by credit card debt? The simple mention of money equals value changes nothing. It may make me see money in a different light, but what part of that is actionable advice? To answer that question, I'll pose to you another question. What is your relationship with money? Money will come into your life and it will leave. This is a relationship that is often expressed by your income and expenses. Another practical way of expressing this, which I particularly like, is your production versus your consumption. For the most part, money will enter your life because you have produced some form of value. And for most of us, this value will come in the form of labor, a job. Money will leave when you have consumed something, a Netflix subscription, a new car, a house. In many ways, we can look at the net worth of an individual as a metric for determining their relationship between consumption and production. Now cast your mind back to those statistics I mentioned at the start of this video. What part of the consumption versus production relationship do you think is at fault here? Consider yourself for a moment. Think about all the money that has entered your life and left. How much of that do you still have in possession today or invested into some sort of asset? And which part of this relationship do you feel is unbalanced or needs improving? The likelihood is both. But for most of us, the biggest issue lies in our consumption. Remember the Career Builder study that found that 78% of American workers were living paycheck to paycheck? Well, it also found that of the workers who made $100,000 or more a year, 1 in 10 of them were living paycheck to paycheck. Now you could argue that someone earning 6 figures a year may still like to earn more, but when you are paid a figure that is well above the average wage and the cost of living, and yet you still somehow find a way to spend it all, I'd argue that your relationship with consuming must be fixed before you even consider your relationship with production. As any wealthy celebrity who has filed for bankruptcy can show us, production means nothing when you have a problem with consumption. A rat race, an endless, self-defeating or pointless pursuit. Sometimes the rat race is conflated with working a 9-to-5 job. It's a comparison often used by certain individuals to guilt you into buying programs and books for them. But this seems extremely unfair, mostly because it aims to villainize a job and excludes the fact that there are those who either love or are perfectly fine with their jobs, or have other aspirations aside from their 9-to-5. A real rat race is one that is living on a financial edge, being one paycheck away from broke, constantly. A feeling as though the moment money enters your life, it immediately disappears. And the more responsibilities you have, the more dangerous this relationship becomes. The loss of a job, an unexpected health accident, or any unexpected circumstance for that matter can throw your entire financial position into turmoil. And consider the mental consequences of living on this financial edge. Your job no longer becomes an option. It becomes a necessity in order to keep funding your lifestyle or to keep paying off debt. To quote Tyler Durden from Fight Club, the things you own end up owning you. What's the silver lining? It doesn't have to continue like that. The first stepping stone in personal finance will have you drawing an awareness to your relationship with money. This is often done by journaling your monthly expenses, categorized as housing, transportation, food, utilities, entertainment, and so on. It's about understanding yourself as a consumer. But this part is tough. In behavioral finance, this feeling can often be labeled as the ostrich effect, which is our tendency to want to avoid negative financial information. It's that feeling you get when you refuse to look at your bank account after a night out, fearing what it might show. And yet once you pass this stage, it's time for you to take control over your behavior as a consumer. This often involves the idea of budgeting. deciding each month how much you aim to spend on each of these categories and sticking to it. It's about systematically looking at what you consume and finding ways in which you can minimize these things to ultimately live below your means. In other words, having a lifestyle that still leaves you with enough money to save and invest in some form or another. It's also important to note that before you ever decide to invest, one of the most common practices in personal finance is to keep an emergency fund, a specific amount of savings that you hold onto in case of an emergency. This fund would typically hold 3 to 6 months worth of expenses. The idea, however, of living below your means is an important one. Because why would we choose to do otherwise? Why would we choose to live a lifestyle that we cannot afford, or one that places us on this financial edge? I could make an entire video on our cognitive biases. The ostrich effect is just one of which can affect your financial position. Then there's hyperbolic discounting, a tendency to favor short-term rewards as opposed to greater rewards in the future. This is you choosing to purchase a new pair of shoes instead of saving that money towards a future investment. Or there's social proof, our tendency to think and act as others around us think and act. When the people around you are buying one thing, you buy it too. Or when the people around you establish money as a means of evil, you're likely to assume the same thing too. The phrase, keeping up with the Joneses, summarizes this great problem of consumption. It's a phrase defined by Google as trying to emulate or not be outdone by one's neighbors. They buy a new Porsche, you buy one too. They have nice clothes, you get some too. They renovate their home, you do it too. All in the attempt of impressing or trying to keep up with others due to some form of social pressure. Only in today's world, the Joneses are not literal neighbors. They're far more present than that.
We are all vulnerable to social approval. We really care what other people think of us.
But the problem is we're measuring our self-worth by how many people like what we're posting.
Governor of the Bank of Canada stated it succinctly. For most Canadians, debt is a fact of life, at least at some point.
To be clear, I'm not saying that purchasing an expensive piece of clothing, jewelry, or sports car is a bad thing, nor do I think consuming is a bad thing. The aim of this video isn't to philosophize about the repercussions of a materialistic view of the world. It's about drawing an awareness to who you are as a consumer. Do you care more about appearing as though you have money or actually having money? The rat race isn't about working a 9-to-5 job, but living life on such an edge that it means that you are chasing the next thing, whether a paycheck or a material possession, such that your greater life goals and ambitions are placed in the background in order to continue this race. A budget and keeping account of your expenses have proven time and time again to work and draw you out of this race. It's fun to talk about making money or imagining having as much wealth as possible, but what's the point when your relationship with money as a consumer means losing it all or having to work non-stop in order to fund that lifestyle? That is the real rat race. But with all of that being said, let's talk about making money.
Now, the stuff we teach here, and have for almost 30 years, is proven.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. So we got to take a moment and talk about what's going on in the stock market, because as we're finishing up the week, stocks are...
Personal finance channels like Graham Stephan or Dave Ramsey are great for learning how to work on your consumption side of the equation. But if there was one thing I wish they spoke more about, it would be their ability to make money. And I understand why they don't do this. It's easier to reduce your expenses and the amount that you consume than it is to increase your income. When speaking to a mass audience, giving the advice that will work for most people is typically the best choice. We see that there are entire communities built up around focusing on frugality. The FIRE community is one example of this, a movement that adopts the strategy of living extremely frugally, saving and investing as early as possible with the intentions of retiring as early as possible. Minimalists also share a similar view to the FIRE community, although more deep-rooted in philosophical positions about the world and materialism at large. People like Graham Stephan or Dave Ramsey promote strategies that fall in the spectrum of living frugally, saving a lot of money, and investing in the long run. And there's nothing inherently wrong with this strategy. It works for a wider range of people with varying degrees of income. But let's be honest, Graham Stephan doesn't rely on cutting coupons or living an incredibly frugal lifestyle to be making $100,000 to $200,000 a month from YouTube. nor does Dave Ramsey rely on these strategies to have an estimated net worth of $55 million. These people are utilizing a means of production at mass scale. In my video, The Untold Truth About Money, I talked about money being equivalent to your perceived value in the market, and the most impactful way of increasing your value is finding a problem in the market, creating a solution for that problem, and selling that solution to the market at scale. This is the entrepreneurial route. A successful business at scale is able to produce a large amount of value to a society such that your production side of the equation grows exponentially in comparison to a standard job. But this isn't a route that everyone can take, nor should they try to. It's about reflecting on your own capabilities and whether entrepreneurship is best suited to your direction. With that being said, increasing your production doesn't have to just come from the strict definition of a business. Graham Stephan uses YouTube as a vehicle to produce something, in this case videos about personal finance, at mass scale. It's one reason that I chose to create videos on YouTube as well. It's a vehicle to produce something, in this case documentary style videos, at a mass scale, to a point where I can now do it full time and build a business around it. Producing is about providing relative value to the market in some shape or form. I utilized my skills with acting, presenting, storytelling, and video editing to create videos that I hope to be somewhat entertaining and educational, and thankfully the market responded positively. Your form of production may be developing an app or software that is solving a problem you believe the market would pay money for its solution, or perhaps a fitness brand that is branded extremely well and utilizes its community better than most other fitness brands, as I believe is the case with Ben Francis and what he did with Gymshark. For most people, labor in the form of a standard 9-to-5 job will be their means of production. But this doesn't mean that your ability to produce stops there. Understanding yourself as a producer is about understanding ways in which you can produce value to the market. If you can produce value at a large scale, then it means earning money at a large scale. The internet has thankfully provided a great deal of opportunity for us to be able to produce something and put it out to the market. Whether the market actually wants what you have produced can only be determined once you've released whatever it is that you've produced. So, to summarize, it's first important to bring awareness to yourself as a consumer, understanding what you purchase and why you purchase by journaling your consumption and then giving yourself a budget to manage and control that consumption. Producing then becomes a matter of maximizing the amount of value you can bring into society through a job, a business, or some other means of production. This is a framework that has helped me greatly, as I'm sure it's helped countless others who have a vested interest in making money.
You could add up to something big. Like, this isn't just sushi we're talking about anymore. Like, this is substantial. Yeah, and then to go from that to like this.
Focusing, is that $170,454?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Hello my friends. Before you click off the video just yet, I want to say one thing. Thank you so much for watching to the end of this video. You watching to this point is hopefully proof that I've provided some kind of value to you in some way or another, so be sure to hit the like button. And if you want to see more videos around the topics of business, money, finance in general, then be sure to hit the subscribe button. I've also got a Patreon where I post behind the scenes stuff and I do questions and answers, and I've got a bunch of other exciting plans for it. So if that interests you and you'd like to support the channel further, do check it out. The link is in the description below. Now, for me personally, combining what I know about personal finance and entrepreneurship has really helped me the most. And as I mentioned, this YouTube channel was one way in which I knew I could produce some kind of value into the market at scale. If you want to do more extra reading on these subjects, if it interests you, there's two really good books on personal finance related stuff. The Millionaire Next Door and Your Money or Your Life. These are really good personal finance books. And of course, if you know me, you know I really love MJ DeMarco's work, so check them out if you want to also see the entrepreneurship side of stuff. But with all of that being said, my friends, I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. I will catch you in the next video or on my Instagram or Twitter if you have me on there. As usual, hands ahead, salute.
So many days is yet to come. Too many times has come to pass. Too many moments put aside. Getting out alive, getting out alive. Writing letters in the sand.
What's up guys, my name is Ryan and I spent the last several years exploring the incredible country of Switzerland, and I want to share with you my favorite places. So here's my Switzerland top 25. If anyone asks me where my favorite country is, I'll always reply with Switzerland. It's not only absolutely beautiful, but Switzerland is one of the most well-run, clean, and just overall perfect country on earth in my opinion. From endless enchanting villages to the majesty of the Alps, you'll understand why I love it so much when you visit. Let's start this video off at Grindelwald. Almost every time I come to Switzerland, I find myself back at this enchanting village. I mean, when you think of Switzerland, this is it. Swiss chalets, green pastures, and mountains everywhere you look. It never ceases to blow my mind. Now, Grindelwald is overshadowed by the Eiger Mountain. The Eiger's north face rises over 1,800 meters high and is considered to be one of the most challenging climbs in the Alps. Now, in Grindelwald, there's just so much to do. Me and my brother rented some e-bikes and we rode them up the mountain. We made it to the famous first cliff walk and checked that out, and then we rode to the Kalpsee Lake. I mean, I can't recommend Grindelwald enough. There's just something magical about this Swiss village. Now after, we're going to head over to Harder Kulm. I recently visited this iconic spot and I was pleasantly surprised. Now to reach Harder Kulm, you can walk from the Interlaken train station and then you'll take up this steep funicular that costs about $35. Now when you reach the top, there's a restaurant and incredible viewing area. If you want, you can hike up the mountain ridge to Hardergrat. I underestimated how far it was, but it still was beautiful up there. Now one of my favorite features of Harder Kulm is the view that you get of the iconic Eiger, Monk, and Jungfrau mountains. I think one of the best times to go up here is during sunset. The light hits those mountains perfectly and creates for an amazing atmosphere up there. After, we're going to head over to eastern Switzerland to visit Zilsersee. Located a few minutes outside of St. Moritz, I think this is one of the best places to experience the golden larches in the fall. The lake is just massive. It's the largest natural lake in the Alps above 1,000 meters. One of the unique features of the lake is this peninsula. It's almost like a connected island that juts out into the lake, and it's a great place to hike and explore some nature. There's a road that goes along the lake's edge, and I like just pulling off to one of the many rest stops and enjoying the beauty of this alpine lake. Now afterwards, we're going to take a drive on the nearby Bernina Pass. It's a scenic road that connects St. Moritz to the Italian border. On the drive, you'll witness massive mountain glaciers, and if you go in autumn, there's going to be tons of those golden larches. Now one of the main reasons I wanted to go on the Bernina Pass was to see the Brusio Spiral Viaduct. It's located right near the Italian border in the town of Brusio. It's this incredibly unique viaduct that was built in 1908 to reduce the incline gradient on the train. Now the famous Bernina Express rides along the viaduct many times during the day. While you're there, you can walk around and under the viaduct's 9 arches as you wait for the Bernina Express to pass by. After, we're going to go for a swim at Valle Versasca. Located in the Italian region of Switzerland, Valle Versasca is famous for having this medieval bridge that goes over some of the clearest river water in the world. I've been here several times, and every occasion I'm just baffled by the beauty of this place. The water is crystal clear, and the bridge is a prime place to do some cliff jumping. It took me a while to build up the courage to jump, but I was able to throw a gainer into the water. Another fun thing you can do is swim in the river. I brought some goggles, and I couldn't believe the clarity of the water. The rocks look so interesting from beneath, and even though it was cold, there's just something energizing about swimming in freezing cold water. After, we're going to visit the city of Zurich. Located in north-central Switzerland, Zurich is one of the world's largest financial center. It's often labeled as one of the most expensive cities in the world. Now, Zurich was founded by the Romans in 15 BC, and today it's the most populous city in Switzerland. I mean, it's just hard to beat the scenery of the city there. I love how it sits at the edge of the lake, and the Limmat River runs right through it. Another thing that I love about Zurich is there's so many places that are just an hour or two's drive from the city. One of my favorite nearby places is Limmernsee. It's about an hour and a half drive from Zurich. You start by taking up a cable car, and when you reach the top, you're going to go through a 3-kilometer tunnel through the mountain. I believe it was originally built by a company who made the dam, and now you could walk through it. We reached the end and we arrived at the lake. It's this striking turquoise color surrounded by an amphitheater of mountain walls. Now the hike to the top was freaking hard. It's very steep and felt like it went on forever, but after about an hour, we made it to the iconic viewpoint. It's this rocky peninsula that gives you a perfect view of the reservoir reservoir below. I just had a blast running around up there. I mean, there's no greater feeling than running free in the mountains. Afterwards, we're going to visit Vernalpstok. Vernalpstok is this giant mountain that sits above Lake Lucerne. Now to reach it, you take the Stoesbaan funicular, which is the steepest in Europe, and it'll take you to the beautiful car-free village of Stoes. And from there, you'll take up 2 more chairlifts. Now once you reach the top, you'll have a phenomenal view of Lake Lucerne and the surrounding mountains. From Vernalpstok, you can make the hike to Klingenstock. It's a 4.4 kilometer trail that rides along the ridge. And once you reach Klingenstock, you can take the chairlift down to Stoes. Overall, such a beautiful area. Now after, we're going to visit Schäßerrück, located in eastern Switzerland, about a 2-hour drive from Zurich. This is a mountain peak and also a ski resort in the winter. Now to reach the top, you'll take up a funicular and then another chairlift. When I reached the top, I was just stoked. It had just snowed the night before, so there was this fresh layer of powder, and it created for such a beautiful scenery. What I love about Schäßerrück is the view you get of the Schierfürsten mountain range. It's a set of peaks that look like teeth coming out of the mountain. I mean, it's so cool, and I love to come up here during the summertime. While you're up there, you can get a bite to eat at the Modern Lodge, where there's plenty of hiking trails with amazing views. Right below Schäßerrück is one of my favorite lakes in Switzerland, Walensee. It's this rather large lake, and it's surrounded by mountains on both sides. I mean, it's an amazing place to go swimming or boating in the summertime. One thing that I thought was so interesting was that there's this town that was built on the mountainside called Dahmer. I mean, it just baffles me that the Swiss are able to build villages and towns in the most unlikely places. After, we're going to head over to the mountains of Appenzell. Located about an hour outside of Zurich, these mountains quickly became one of my favorite places I've ever been. It's home to these massive, jagged mountains that look like something straight out of Lord of the Rings. Now to get up to the mountain, I took a gondola, and then from the top, we hiked about an hour to reach this hotel. Me and my buddy Danny decided to stay the night so we could watch the sunset. We got all settled in, then we ventured off to find the perfect spot to watch the sunset. The clouds were covering the sky, so we only had about 15 minutes of sunlight, but man, it was easily one of the best sunsets of my life. I mean, I just can't believe the beauty of these mountains. It's what dreams are made of. Now there's also a one-of-a-kind restaurant built into the side of a cliff, and there's also this incredible lake at the bottom. Both of them I failed to visit, so don't make my mistake if you come. After, we're going to visit the nearby Saxerlücke. Now I've been wanting to do this hike for years, and I finally did it this fall. You can start the hike several ways. I took the cable cart from Frumsen, and it was about 36 Swiss francs round trip. And when you reach the top, there's this scenic mountainside restaurant that has some amazing views of Austria and Liechtenstein. Now you can follow the trail to Saxerlücke. It wasn't too difficult and took about 45 minutes to reach the iconic rock formation. I mean, I was just freaking excited to be up there. It's such a uniquely shaped mountain, and there's plenty of great viewpoints to see it from. I was here during the fall, so the grass was yellow, but I love to come back in the summertime when everything's nice and green. I mean, I just love the mountains in the Appenzell region. They're just so unique and just such a beautiful area all around. After, we're going to head over to western Switzerland to visit the charming medieval town of Gruyere. I was here this last summer, and I was just blown away by this little town. The crowning feature of Gruyere is its castle. It was built in the 13th century, and today it stands as one of Switzerland's most famous fortresses. I just love the backdrop it has of the Alps. I mean, just such an insane location. Aside from the castle, the town is just fun to walk around, and it's also known for being the home of the famous Gruyere cheese, which is one of the most popular cheeses in all of Switzerland. Now afterwards, we're going to head to the nearby Glacier 3000. Now located about an hour from Gruyere, Glacier 3000 is this incredible mountain area. Now the main reason I wanted to go here was to visit the Peak Walk, which is the only peak-to-peak bridge in all of Switzerland. We had to take 2 gondolas up to get there, and when we reached the top, we were at the edge of some clouds. I mean, it was just so wild to be up there, and I'd love to go back on a clear day to get a better view of the mountains. Now, right below Glacier 3000, there's this place called Creux du Champ. It's this gigantic bowl of mountains, and there's several waterfalls that cascade down the rock face. Now the mountains in the bowl are called the Les Diableries, which translates to the devils, because there's a myth that devils and demons would throw rocks off the top of the mountain. Now to get to the bowl, it's about a 45-minute walk from the town of Les Diableries. I mean, it's just such a scenic and quiet area, and definitely worth the visit. Now afterwards, we're going to visit one of my favorite cities in all of Switzerland, Geneva. Located on the southern tip of Lake Geneva in western Switzerland, Geneva is Switzerland's second most populous city after Zurich. I was lucky enough to live here for a summer and I just absolutely loved it. It's where the headquarters of the United Nations are, so there's a lot going on. The Geneva water fountain is one of the city's most famous landmarks, as it jets out water that shoots over 140 meters high. I mean, I just love Geneva, and I hope you all can visit one day. Now, if you want to explore more of Lake Geneva, I recommend checking out the vineyards that border the lake. One of my favorite places is near this village called Effortless. It's full of terraced vineyards that accompany the view of the massive lake. I mean, it doesn't even feel like you're in Switzerland. I felt like I was in France or Italy. The north shore of Lake Geneva is called the Swiss Riviera, and I totally understand why. Now, afterwards, we're going to visit Oceanense. Now, I think this is one of the most impressive alpine lakes in all of Switzerland. To reach it, it's about an hour's drive from Interlaken, and then you can either hike up or take up a gondola. Now, when you reach the top, it's just a short walk to the lake. The mountain face that serves as the lake backdrop is just unbelievably massive. Now, if you go in the summertime, you can take a boat or swim in the water if you can handle the cold. Now, one of my favorite things to do in Oceanense is to hike the trail that goes above the lake. You'll just get some phenomenal views up there, and there's also this pair of pine trees that are perfectly lined up as they overlook the lake and creates for such a beautiful sight. Now, after, we're going to head over to Pfälzeralb. Special thanks to my buddy Jimographic for taking me here. He has one of the best YouTube channels on Switzerland, and I'll link it in the description below. Now, if you're into hiking and nature, you'll really enjoy this place. It's this valley surrounded by massive mountains on both sides and home to those golden larches. To get there from Oceanense, you can take this train that you drive your car onto, and it'll take you through the mountain, and then it's just a short drive after. There's a big parking lot, and from there you can take about a 20-minute hike, and you'll reach this little alpine lake called Grünsee. I mean, it was so clean and clear and had an impressive backdrop of the mountains. Now, if you're really up for adventure, you can hike up to the glacier, and there's some beautiful mountain huts up there. After, we're going to visit the idyllic village of Lugern. If you're on your way to visit the Jungfrau region from Zurich, you'll probably pass through Lugern. Now, one of my favorite features of this area is its lake. I really enjoyed just walking along this shore. It was so peaceful and serene. I mean, if you're looking for an idyllic Swiss village, you'll find it here. Another notable nearby village is Itterwald. It's a small municipality built on Lake Brienz. Now, one of the most notable features of the city is its castle, which sits perfectly on the picturesque peninsula. I mean, Switzerland just has too many scenic villages. Now, after, we're going to visit the Aletsch Glacier. Now, located in the Bernese Alps, the Aletsch Glacier is over 23 kilometers long, making it the longest glacier in Switzerland. I mean, just so freaking huge. When I got to the top, it was just hard to fathom the scale of this glacier, and I found the uniform dark lines of shattered rock so interesting. When you're up at the top, you can enjoy a meal at the restaurant, or you can hike to the cross on Egeshorn Peak to get a panoramic view of the glacier. Now, at the very end of Aletsch Glacier is the Jungfraujoch. Me and my buddies decided to take Europe's highest train to the top. Now, normally the tickets in summertime cost around $240, but we got the early bird special, so it was half off. We rode the train up the mountain. Halfway, we made a pit stop and we were able to see the glacier. After the pit stop, we got back on the train and made it to the top. When you reach the final stop, you'll get off the train and go through some tunnels. It was a little confusing to me. Anyways, we made it to the ice plateau and we were able to get an incredible view of the glacier below. After, we went on top of the Sphinx Observatory to get some more amazing views. Now, one of the coolest parts of Jungfraujoch is the glacier tunnels. You're able to walk through these tunnels carved out of ice, and surprisingly, it wasn't too cold or slippery. While a trip to Jungfraujoch is expensive, I think everyone should do it at least once in their life. After, we're going to head down to the magical village of Lauterbrunnen. This is possibly the most beautiful village on earth. It's a valley of over 72 waterfalls, and it inspired J.R.R. Tolkien's Rivendell. To get to Lauterbrunnen, it's about a 2-hour drive from Zurich. The Stabach Falls is one of the most magical features of Lauterbrunnen. It falls over 297 meters into the valley. If you do visit Lauterbrunnen, I recommend just walking around the village and marveling at all the beauty Lauterbrunnen has to offer. After, we're going to visit the village of Mürren. Now, just from Lauterbrunnen, it's just a few minutes drive down the valley. Now, the city is just enchanting. It's filled with Swiss chalets and incredible views. The main reason I wanted to go to Mürren is to do the iconic Via Ferrata. I rented some gear at the Intersport store for about $25, and I was all ready to go. Before you start, you walk through this tunnel. It's a good initiation and gets you pumped or nervous for what's to come. You then follow the path, and it's pretty chill for the first bit. You just walk through a little forest, but then you get to the cliffs. There was this base jump platform to jump into the valley below. Just standing on it made my stomach drop. Anyways, after that, the Via Ferrata gets a little wild. My favorite part is the section that goes across this sheer cliff face with the 1,000-foot drop right below you. I mean, it's perfectly safe as long as you're clipped in to the iron wire with your gear. After the cliff section, we continued on the trail, and the final obstacle is a bridge that goes over a deep canyon. This was honestly the scariest part for me because it was kind of shaky towards the middle, and the 1,000-foot plus drop is intimidating, but nonetheless, I finished and made it to the town of Gimmelwald. It took me about 2 hours to do, and it was so freaking fun. Another incredible place to visit in the area is Schilthorn. It's an iconic mountain peak above Marin. Now the lift tickets were on the pricey side, around $125 a person, and you take up several lifts through the clouds until you reach the top. The Schilthorn is famous for being featured in the 1969 James Bond film. There's a lot of 007 memorabilia on top. The views are jaw-dropping up there. You'll get clear views of the Jungfrau, Monk, and Eiger Mountains. You can enjoy a meal in the rotating restaurant that completes a full rotation every 45 minutes. We followed a trail that led us on the ridge. I saw a guy preparing to paraglide, and we found some little huts to shelter from the wind. The weather conditions changed so fast up there. 1 second it would be clear, and then a few minutes later it would be covered in clouds. I mean, gotta love those high altitude conditions. Now, after exploring Schilthorn, you can take the gondola to the lower station of Berg. There's incredible views and a place to have a meal. There's also the Thrill Walk attraction, which has several fun obstacles, whether it's walking on a tightrope or crawling through a wire tube with quite a drop below. It's sure to get your adrenaline pumping. Now, for our final destination, we're going to visit Zermatt. It's a charming village shadowed over by the daunting Matterhorn Mountain, and there's just something magical about this place. Now, the city is full of shops and restaurants, including my favorite, McDonald's. Now, one thing you gotta do while you're there is take the Gornergrat Railway. It starts in Zermatt and takes you up to 3,100 meters to enjoy some of the best views of the Matterhorn. We got up super early to take the first train and climbed up the mountain. I was just baffled by the views. Now, we got off at the Rotenboden station, and I was just so freaking excited. I've been wanting to come here for years, and it lived up to the hype. There are 2 lakes that offer some of the best views of the Matterhorn, and if the conditions are just right, you can see a perfect reflection of the real famous peak. Not only is the views magical, but there are some of the cutest sheep I've ever seen. They have the curliest hair and twisted horns and look like an animal you would find in a fantasy novel. Now, after running around, we took the train to the top of the railway to the Gornergrat. It's one of the coolest hotels that I'd love to stay at one day. It reminds me of an evil villain's hideout. Once again, you'll get incredible views of the Matterhorn and the massive glacier below. Now, if you want to get up close and personal to the Matterhorn, I'd recommend you take the gondola up to Schwarzsee. It costs about $60 a person, and you get on the lift in Zermatt. It then takes you up to this little mountain lake called Schwarzsee, and from there you can hike up to the base of the Matterhorn. And this was probably one of my favorite things we did in Zermatt. You get a chance to see the Matterhorn up close, and it's just so freaking incredible. I truly think mountains give off some sort of energy because I'm always amped and excited when I'm near them. If you're in Zermatt, you gotta do this hike. Well, that is it for my Switzerland top 25. There's still so many places I want to show you, so be expecting a part 2. Let me know where your favorite place is in Switzerland in the comments below. It's Ryan, and we will see you later.
I want you to think about this here. In your entire lifetime, how much money has gone through your hands? How much? Let me explain to you what I mean by this. Maybe you made $73,000 last year, 28 years old. And the first time you got a check was 14 years old, it was $100. Add that whole thing up. You'll come out with a number, $493,000 or $1.9 million or $6.3 million, depending on who it is watching this video. The question is this: how much is left in your wallet? Truly, what is in your wallet? Not what's in your wallet with capital choice. I'm talking like really, what's in your wallet? What do you have left? How much savings do you have left? And if you're not too happy with this question, it's very simple. The reason why you don't have a lot of money left is because you don't know how to play the money game. Simple as that. So today in this video, I'm going to cover with you 20 rules of money. These are rules of money that I followed, and it's obviously from a lot of mistakes I made because there was a point in my life where I had made money and there was nothing left in my pocket. So I'm telling you from my experiences. But rule number 1 is the most important one, and it's the one you have to buy into immediately. It's very simple. You can fight it, say whatever you want to do to it. It's a rule. And the rule is, it's a game. Money is a game. And the great thing about any game is the following thing. No matter what game you play the most, eventually get good at it. If I've never played chess and I play you and you played 100 times chess, you're probably going to beat me. If I have played Monopoly 1,000 times and you played 3 times, I'm probably going to beat you because it's a game. So the great thing about the money game is it can be learned. So many times people fight it and they have problems with it. And they say, well, you know, that person became rich because they're smart. This person did this. No. They learned the game, and you can also take the time to learn the game. Rule number 2 is don't be a hater of money. If you hate money, you'll never get money because money doesn't like haters. So if you're a hater and you constantly say things like, well, money doesn't grow on trees, and money is this, and money is that, and rich people are this, you're right. Money says, you're right. I'm not turned on by you. It's almost as if going on a date with an attractive girl and telling the girl that you don't like attractive girls who don't know a lot about philosophy and all they care about is their looks and doing makeup and doing this and working out and going to the gym. And this girl's like, dude, I put makeup on, I work out every day to stay in shape, but I also like other things in my life. But you know what? You're right. You're not attracted to me. I don't like you. She goes and finds another guy that says, I like a girl that takes care of her body. I like a girl that takes care of her skin. I like a girl that does makeup. I like a girl that works out 5 days a week. She's attracted to that guy. Keep that part of mind. Don't be a hater with money. Number 3, it's a doubles game. Listen, this should you can stop watching the entire video. You got the main things out of the way. It's a double game. And by the way, at the end of the video, I'm going to give you a free PDF. It's a double game. What is a double game? The entire game of money, it's about doubling your money. So what do you mean, Pat, doubling your money? Let me explain it to you this way. If you right now have $1,000 in your bank account, if you're watching this, you have $1,000 cash, you are 10 doubles away from $1 million. That's it. You're 5 doubles away from having $32,000. You're 13 doubles away from having $8.192 million. You're 14 doubles away from $16 million. It's a doubles game. So how soon can you double your money? That's truly the game. Can you take that $1,000 and double it to $2,000 in the next year? So the next thing is, now it's $2,000 you have an account. Now you are 9 steps away from $1 million. You may say, Pat, I already have $100,000 in my account. Well, guess what? You're 4 doubles, 3 doubles away from $1 million. All you got to, it's a doubles game. This is a piece of cake when you learn it's a doubles game. So the question then becomes what? How soon, this is the real game of doubles. It becomes 2 different things. Risk tolerance, because you got to know yourself when it comes to money. Your risk tolerance, depending on the age you're at, if you're 65, your risk tolerance is going to be lower than you being 22 years old, right? So you have your risk tolerance. You need to know you. Then the other part is time horizon. What is your time horizon? So time horizon could be, I want to have $1 million by 10 years from now. Great. If it's 10 years, what do you have right now? Then you have to play your doubles game. How many doubles do I have with the $17,000 to get to $1 million? It's a simple game that you can learn what to do. As long as you know your risk tolerance, you know your time horizon, what it is and what the amount is, then you're playing the doubles game. Number 4, seduction. Let me explain to you about seduction, okay? Listen, I use the analogy with ladies because it's just how it is, okay? Money likes to be seduced. Money's attracted to seducers. Just like a woman doesn't like a desperate man, money doesn't like desperate people. Money's not attracted to desperate people who want it so bad because they want to make this money and show it off to everybody. No. Money seduce. You need to seduce money. Seduce money, and all of a sudden money says, oof, I like this guy. I like this girl. Oh my gosh, I'm turned on to you. Don't let money seduce you. You seduce money. It's a seduction game. So whoever learns the seduction game with money, all of a sudden money starts coming from all over the place to you because money is turned on by people that know exactly what they're doing. Money likes investors who know what they're doing. Okay? A girl goes on a date with a guy that knows what he's doing. She's most likely to come back, and then there's experience. So learn how to seduce money. Once you learn this whole thing, you'll get better at this game as well. Next, timing. Timing when it comes down to money. Let me explain about timing. I'm not talking timing like this is the best time to invest into Snapchat or this is the best time to buy the IPO of Facebook and etc. I'm not talking that timing. Although that's a whole different conversation with timing. Timing, I'm talking about running a business. I'll give you an idea. There was a time where logically I had to cut down, okay, in my business. And I had to get rid of 2 or 3 employees. Logically, I had to cut down. But I knew what I was getting ready to do, and I had access to all the information, I decided to double down, and that helped expand the business to new area, new territories. So, and then the other part is cutting down expenses, is you knowing maybe numbers are looking very good, but there's an area that needs to be cut down that no one else knows about the information. You need to cut down because you have access to all the information. So there's got to be a part where you need to know, and this is a thing that we can't teach you. This is not something I can teach you about. But this is going to be a part of it that you're going to learn from experience with timing. Timing with when you buy, timing on when you invest, timing on when you stay light, timing on when you stay liquid, timing on when you go. There's a timing aspect to all those decisions you'll make. Number 6, boredom. Let me explain what boredom means. Money needs to be moved, okay? Again, if a girl is bored with you, she leaves you because you're too boring. Same with men. If a man is bored with a girl, they're going to leave because it's boring. Money doesn't like to be bored. What do I mean? If money stays in a checking account, money's going to somebody else who knows how to use that money. If money is just staying somewhere and it's not working, it's too boring, it goes to somebody else that knows what to do with money. So you got to make sure money's always moving. Money's always moving for you, always moving for you, always moving for you, always working for you, always out there doing something to create more money for you. Next, secret account. You always got to have a secret account. Let me tell you what a secret account is. It's an account that no one knows about. Your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, girlfriend, mom, dad, brother, sister. No one knows about this account. What is this account? It's a crisis account. A crisis account could be cash. A crisis account could be somewhere sitting down that no one knows about. Now, I know you may say, Pat, you just talk about boredom, you talk about this. Two complete different stories. You got to have a crisis account that's not your emergency fund. I'm not talking emergency fund that this is the right thing to do. I'm talking a crisis account. What saved the business when we were going through difficult times and our company's checking account went to $13,000. I have payroll, commissions, everything. $13,000. Where we're about to shut down the company. It's this close. We're about to shut down the company. What saved us was the crisis account that I had. No one knew about. That money showed up, put it back into the business, saved us. We lasted. We made it through the tough times. And now we're here where we are today. But it's because I had a secret crisis account no one else knew about. You always need to have a secret crisis account. Number 8, don't drive first class until you have $10 million in a bank account. I see so many people spending $2,000 on a flight where they can spend $400. Listen, I'm 6'4", 6'5", 240, and do you know how many times till today I've paid first class? 0. I don't pay first class. Other people pay for my first class, but I don't pay first class. I've been paid first class. I've flown first class many, many times because I have the miles or people pay for my flight. I don't pay first class. And why is that? Here's how I did the math. Now, obviously, I can afford to do it, no problem. But here's how I did the math. You're trying to tell me $2,000 for a first-class flight, and I can get $500 for the same flight. That $1,500 times 9 flights in a month, that's 9,000. That's 9 times what? $1,500 is $13,500, some number like that. You know what I can do with that number? That's 4 employees. That's marketing. That's expansion. Over a year, that's $200,000, $180,000. Why am I going to waste that money? That's an executive I can bring in. That's 2 incredible employees I can bring in. I don't pay first class. Other people pay first class. Once you get $10 million and you want to do it, that's great. At that point, you may want to get yourself a private jet, but don't fly first class. Next, comp plan. Let me explain to you what I mean by comp plan. So no matter what country you live in, okay, I get emails from 100 plus countries around the world, and some of you guys and I talk through your communistic system, how you're upset, and you ask me what to do, and I tell you, if it's not going to change, you have to leave. You have to leave a communistic regime you're a part of. Some of you are in socialistic places, France, taxes, Spain. You're upset with the taxes being at where it's at, and I tell you, if you don't see the horizon changing, you need to adjust. But regardless of where you're at, rule number 1 about your comp plan. Your comp plan of whatever country you live in is your taxes. Study how you get taxed, because that's your comp plan. And let me explain to you why the comp plan in America does so well. A lot of people say things like this. They'll say, you know what? I can't believe the tax structure in America benefits business owners. And you know, why is it that they benefit business owners? Because business owners create jobs. If you created jobs, we'd give you a tax benefit. If there wasn't a tax benefit, an incentive for business owners, then who's going to create jobs for all these millions of people that need jobs? So you may say, well, Pat, if the incentives for business owners, shouldn't I be a business owner? Yes. Every single episode's about you becoming an entrepreneur. Yes, you ought to be a business owner. You ought to be an entrepreneur because it benefits you in your comp plan. It benefits you in your comp plan. And position yourself properly by knowing what your comp plan is. Rule number 10, end of the world mentality. Listen, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, Susie Orman, Dave Ramsey, whatever these names you want to go through, all of these names, put them all together. You know what they get paid to do? They get paid to sell crisis, because if it happens, you got to be ready for it, okay? And so what happens a lot of times is people get afraid, and they think it's the end of the world. And like that 2008, when the market crisis took place, the market went all the way down to 6,000 some, Dow Jones did. Everybody started pulling their money out. It's at $21,000 today, 21,000 points today. Imagine if you left the money in. How much compounding money was lost? Simply because you thought it was the end of the world. Simply because you thought there was a nuclear world that was going to happen all over the world. By the way, let me explain to you. If truly a nuclear war is going to happen, do you really think your money matters? Come on. We're not going to exist. So you got to act as if there's no nuclear war that's going to take place and panic so much when everybody tells you everything. And you got to learn how to manage those times when 90% of the world thinks it's the end of the world. You got to be ready. So how do you do that? Let me explain. I was part of the community that it's always the end of the world, until I realized how you become wealthy is during this time. During this time when it's the end of the world, you know who wins? Those who have cash. This is why it's important to have cash set aside. And I'm not talking boredom money. I'm talking cash set aside when it's the end of the world for you to buy stuff. Every time crisis takes place, a lot of people become wealthy. A lot of people become wealthy because everything's on sale. Everything's on sale when there's crisis. People sell their exotics because they can't afford it. People sell their artwork for 1/5 of a price. Homes sell for 1/2 of a price. Investments, all these things is for sale during the time when there's the end of the world type of mentality. So you got to have a strategy for this time. Some say market's about to tank again in the next 2-3 years. I don't know if it is going to tank in the next 2-3 years. Here's what I do know. It's going to tank in the next 20 years, and I'm ready for it. I have to be ready for it because there's going to be opportunities. You also got to be ready for it. Number 11, study your politicians, especially your president. Let me explain to you why. You got to know what your politician in your local community is going to do and what their philosophies are. Here's why you need to know their philosophies. If their philosophy is to do heavy-duty taxing on you, you need to adjust accordingly. If their philosophy is to cut down taxes, you need to adjust accordingly. People ask me, Pat, what am I going to do with Trump? Start a business. Taxes are being cut. Go make your millions of dollars the next 4 years. And if it's 8 years, go make your money. And adjust. Everything's about adjustment. But you can't not know what their philosophies are. You need to know the philosophies of the politicians in your community. Number 12, study smart investors, but don't be too religious about them. Like, for instance, you ought to read everything Warren Buffett's got. Read every single thing Warren Buffett's got. Every single thing. Read any of the books that he's got, go read them. Because what he's going to teach you is his way of thinking, his mindset. He's going to teach you the way he's thinking. Like some people said, why did Warren Buffett spend $35 million to buy silver 6 years ago? And why did he all of a sudden, why does he not do any technology and stays away with it? You know, and why does he? These are philosophies. The thing that you got to respect about Warren Buffett, when he says, I don't do technology, he didn't do technology. So he stuck to a philosophy long enough until it worked. Study smart investors. Number 13, play your game. Don't compare. Let me explain. This is extremely problematic to a lot of people because let's just say on this doubles game, you're here. And let's just say your cousin is here. Why are you comparing yourself to him? You need to play your doubles game. Let's say you're here. Let's say your best friend is here. It's not the same game. He's 4 doubles ahead of you. It's not the same game. You just got to make sure you play your game. You can't say I'm going to play my game at the level of what the other guys are, because when you do it that way, you make reckless decisions and you lose a double. You don't want to lose doubles. You want to gain doubles. I don't know. I hope I'm making sense to you. You don't want to go backwards. And anytime you focus on this guy, you sometimes go backwards. Focus on your game. Focus on your strategies. Focus on your time horizon. Focus on your risk tolerance and play according to that game. Your vision may not be to be a billionaire. Your vision may not be to go out there and do something very big. Your vision may not be to be a person that's got $150 million. Your vision may not be to be a decamillionaire. Your vision may be, I want to one day have $2 million. That's all good. Play to that game and put a plan next to it. Play to that game, but don't constantly compare yourself to other people. Okay, next, index. A lot of people say, well, as long as you beat the index. Okay, as long as you beat the index. I am more concerned of beating my goals than I am about beating the index. I'm not worried about beating the index. I'm worried about beating my goals. What is my goal? What is the deadline? I want to beat that number because it's mine. That's what I'm committed to. What is my deadline? I'm committed to this. I'm not committed to the index. I'm committed to this. Maybe I need to do a lot more than what the index is doing because this is why I'm in business. In business, I can control the amount of growth I'm going to have on my income. I can't control if I'm studying just the index and the index is going 11.9%. I beat it 2.3%, but that's going to take me a long time for me to get over here. No. Play your game, beat your goals instead of trying to beat the index only. 15, befriend moneymakers. I'll tell you why befriend moneymakers that you trust. If you're around other people that know how to make money, you're going to make money, which is kind of how things work out. If you're around people that know how to make money, you're generally going to make money. If you're around people that don't even know how to make money or don't even make a lot of money, you're not going to make a lot of money. You know, so know who you're going into business with, know who you're doing things with. Sometimes things seem too sweet or sexy and all this stuff, but you don't know the person. I don't touch any of that stuff. It's important for me to know who I'm going to be doing business with. I hire very slowly, very slow. I fire very fast. The moment I'm done with somebody, boom, gone. 4 people we employ, fire in a day, no problem. I can't do this. The tolerance is not in the right place. We can't do this. We need to move on. But I hire slowly, especially the higher up it is. The more I travel with the person to get to know them. Same exact thing when it comes down to here. Whoever you're going to do business with, befriend them. Travel with them. If somebody's extremely wealthy, go to dinner with them. Get to know their wife. See how they're around their kids. Kind of see their standards of living. See their discipline. See their behavior. And then say, I like this person. I like what their friends say about him. I like how his cousin talks. I like how this is a person I can do money and business with. Number 16. Diversification is for absolute sissies, okay? So if you're a sissy and your risk tolerance is very low, it's okay. It's okay to be a sissy. A lot of people are sissies. But if you truly want to create wealth and you're wondering why in your lifetime you've worked for 17 years and you don't have a single penny and you've made $617,000, yet you only have $6,000 to show for it, there's a problem there. There's a problem there. What is the problem? Diversification is a great concept to sell for these expert financial advisors that are playing every single thing safe and all these other things. Yes. Now, for those of you that are watching this and you're 73 years old, diversification may be good for you if you already have hit your goal of $6 million and you're where you're at. You're 62 years old. I respect the fact that you've already hit your numbers. That's solid. Risk tolerance lower, time horizon lower. Okay, you're playing a different game. I'm talking mainly for the people that are in the offensive mode of their lives, that you're trying to get here. Maybe you're around this market. I'm not talking to the people that are here. I'm talking to the people that are here. You're trying to get your doubles to go quickly, faster. If you just rely on diversification, 20, 30, 40 years, well, then you just got to know that it's going to take 40 years. It's going to take 30 years. Maybe. That's if everything goes the way it's supposed to be going. So I don't recommend just relying on diversification to take you to where you want to get to. 17. The game is about leverage. Everything is leverage. Now, let me explain what leverage means. I'm not saying leverage going to debt with everything. I'm not talking leverage like that. I'm talking leverage, period. What could leverage be? Leverage your business. How can you grow your business if you're running a business? How can you leverage to have more support? How can you leverage to sell more? How can you leverage to expand more? How can you leverage to increase the value of your business more? How can you leverage to market yourself more? How can you leverage to get to the customer faster? How can you leverage to increase the speed of growth of your business? How can you leverage to get certain things going? How can you leverage? Everything is a leverage game. Everything is a leverage game. And the more you study the concept of leverage and the game, how it works, the better it is for your wealth. Number 18, positioning. Positioning has to do with, for instance, I'll tell you what positioning is. We can do a whole thing on positioning, but I'm just going to give it to you in a shorter sense. Positioning. If I'm going to go work at a company and I'm going to have a piece of the equity and I'm going to position myself to own a piece of that company and it's going to go public, that's smart positioning. That's very, very smart positioning. Tom over here, who's our president, Tom created his wealth by positioning. He went and positioned himself in certain places and participated in the victory by owning a piece, and he positioned himself. Sometimes it's positioning. Sometimes it's who you're running with. A lot of times people say, wow, you know, I'm making great income with this company I'm at. Yeah, but you haven't positioned yourself here because there's no backing on the equity. So it's positioning. You got to also position yourself here to make sure you're taking care of that part, right? Of course, you got to take care of your credit. You got to have high income, savings, investments, but you got to make sure you position yourself properly as well. Number 19, strategic partnerships. Strategic partnerships. The more you can create an environment, it's kind of similar to befriend moneymakers, but this is slightly different because it's intentional. If you can figure, like what we do with our company, is we have strategic partnerships where a lot of people make money, okay? The more people make money, the more people continue to do business with you if there's strategic partnerships. I have strategic partnerships with $400 billion companies, $200 billion companies, $60 billion companies. I have strategic partnerships with a lot of different companies that benefits them, okay? Strategic partnership increases the value of making money, because a lot more people are making money with you when they go into business with you. And last but not least, big check syndrome. Let me tell you what the big check syndrome is. Oh my gosh, I've seen so many people screw this whole thing up, and I'll just explain to you what it is. So for instance, say you are doing a real estate, hypothetically, okay? And all of a sudden you get, this one client wants you to sell their home. It's a $3 million home. I'm just throwing numbers out there. And you go and sell this $3 million home, and the check is $100 and some thousand that you get. And you say, oh my gosh, I made $100,000. And for 2 months, you live as if you made $100,000 in a month. What you don't realize is that $100,000 check in a month, you need to look at it as an $8,300 a month income for that year. That's what that means. It's not $100,000. And I've seen so many people who treat this as $100,000 in a month, and they get cocky, arrogant, all this stuff, and then they go back to right here. And their double goes lower and lower and lower. And they don't realize it's just a big payday. Let me explain. Would you rather have, right now, a $500,000 cash I give you? Watch this question, you're going to answer. Would you rather take a $500,000, okay, given to you, up front I'm going to give you $500,000, or would you rather take an income stream, guaranteed, okay, of $100,000 over 20 years? Which one would you take? $500,000 up front, $100,000 over 20 years. Which one would you take? You know what, believe it or not, most people will say, well, I think the right answer is $100,000. Most people would take the $500,000. Let me tell you why the $100,000 allows you to do more. The $100,000 is $2 million. The $500,000 is $500,000. See, this gives me the opportunity to have a stronger backing to make bigger decisions, to get bigger doubles. Now, you may say, Pat, but $500,000, that already puts me here. It's irrelevant if you don't know how to play the money game. It's irrelevant if you don't know how to play the money game. I want high income as well. I want income coming in that feeds my game so I can increase my net worth. This is a very, very important game. So don't get too crazy about big check syndrome and all of a sudden fall for it and lose everything that you got, because it can totally mess up with your net worth and you work all the way back to your doubles. So with that being said, this is what I want to do to you. This episode is obviously an episode that people would want to look at on a PDF. So we're going to give you a free PDF, but this is what you need to do. You need to visit patrickbetdavid.com. We'll put the link on the bottom of the YouTube video as well so you can see it. But if you're not here and you're seeing this video in a completely different place, because videos nowadays are being shared everywhere, you can go to patrickbetdavid.com, okay? When you go to the website, the link for this is going to be there. Look for the link. And if you don't see it anywhere, just go on the search on the bottom of my website. Paul, show exactly where the search would be. Type in money, and this would come up. Rules of money, this would come up. Then get the free PDF, print it out, and look at it and start studying which of those 20 rules you follow and you do very well at, and which you don't, and start adjusting to it, and study the areas that you need to do to improve in those games. So with that being said, if you have any questions, any thoughts, any comments, comment on the bottom. And thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, thanks for watching this video. Let me make a case to why I believe you need to subscribe to Valuetainment, also join the notification squad. Look, there's two ways you can learn about business. One of the ways is go to college, learn a bunch of theories by professors who have probably never ran a business before, or you can watch Valuetainment, ran by entrepreneurs who have built and sold businesses, and you can learn from our mistakes and what we did right. And by the way, I'm willing to bet anybody who goes and takes this boring route versus watches Valuetainment, I'm putting my money, this person who watches Valuetainment is going to beat the person who goes to college. You don't believe me? Test me on this. This is why I'm so certain you need to subscribe to Valuetainment and learn the content so you can also be a successful entrepreneur.